all in one seamless, secure connection. From the city to the village, from the shop floor to your phone, SimSwitch is with you wherever life takes you. SimSwitch, with you wherever life takes you. Enjoy the freedom and convenience that comes with CBZ Bank Visa. With Visa's convenient online payment system, you can make transactions from anywhere in the world with ease. You can pay for your education with a simple click. With your CBZ Bank Visa card, you'll never miss a beat when it comes to making smart online payments. Shop online from anywhere using your CBZ Bank Visa card. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, Son, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. When you needed to send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chibodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
Payments can be complicated. SimSwitch makes it simple. Introducing SimSwitch, Zimbabwe's unified payment system. One powerful platform that connects them all. Whether you're banking, buying, sending, or spending, SimSwitch links you to everywhere. Every bank, every mobile wallet, every payment channel. All in one seamless, secure connection. From the city to the village, from the shop floor to your phone, SimSwitch is with you wherever life takes you. SimSwitch, with you wherever life takes you. Enjoy the freedom and convenience that comes with CBZ Bank Visa. With Visa's convenient online payment system, you can make transactions from anywhere in the world with ease. You can pay for your education with a simple click. With your CBZ Bank Visa card, you'll never miss a beat when it comes to making smart online payments. Shop online from anywhere using your CBZ Bank Visa card. CBZ Bank. Partners for success. a bank that's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makorokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, Sihlobo, ngidinga uncedo lwakho. EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. Or when you needed to send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful ululations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
In a world where payments can be complicated, ZimSwitch makes it simple. Introducing ZimSwitch, Zimbabwe's unified payment system. One powerful platform that connects them all. Whether you're banking, buying, sending, or spending, ZimSwitch links you to everyone, every bank, every mobile wallet, every payment channel, all in one seamless, secure connection. From the city to the village, from the shop floor to your phone, ZimSwitch is with you wherever life takes you. ZimSwitch, with you wherever life takes you.
Enjoy the freedom and convenience that comes with CBZ Bank Visa. With Visa's convenient online payment system, you can make transactions from anywhere in the world with ease. You can pay for your education with a simple click. With your CBZ Bank Visa card, you'll never miss a beat when it comes to making smart online payments. Shop online from anywhere using your CBZ Bank Visa card. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Acting Governor. Good morning, DG. Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you had a good time last night, good dinner, and you slept well. It's good to see that you came back. If we continue on this trajectory, we'll have dinner again tonight and hopefully come back tomorrow. Then we can dismiss on Monday. I will write letters to your spouses explaining that it was necessary for you to spend a little extra time here, because this is really good for us. Anyway, I'm sure we are having a great time. Even as we are discussing serious issues, we need to win this war against money laundering. And we'll remember from yesterday's presentations that this is a fight that all of us must take up. It's not confined to one organization, neither is it just government's responsibility alone, but it is a responsibility of all of us. The public sector, the private sector, the regulators, players in the financial services sector, everybody should be on board. So, I'm not a sports person. I tried soccer, it didn't work out very well. I tried the rugby, very well. But I've got this small ball, so I'll throw it wherever it falls on. You give us a recap of what we said yesterday. When you are done, you throw the small ball to your favorite person to say what they learned yesterday. I'll start with Mem. There you go. So you can see I was not very good at this, but I tried my best. So you can start.
Well, thank you, James. Except the ball didn't get to me, so I'm not sure by your own. So I'm not sure by your own criteria.
It was in your direction, so it was aimed at you.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And absolutely fantastic presentations yesterday. Great presentation from our South African colleagues, and really appreciated the very practical examples that they gave us in the learnings from the South African experience, which I think we will all agree quite a number of issues quite similar to our own environment, and I think will be very useful as we get into 2026. Same thing, I think, with our Zambian counterpart, and I really liked the way that he challenged us in terms of the precision that we are required to demonstrate when we are answering questions from the assessors, and the need for us to be very clear about whether we're able to identify, to assess, and to understand the risks.
Okay, thank you.
I can pass.
Yes, please. Oh, okay. Wow, okay. You're next to say?
I think that was a great throw. I tried to dodge it, but...
Yeah, you couldn't.
I think just briefly for me, I particularly enjoyed the presentation from Old Mutual. I think Mr. Masekete had very valid points, and I think the long and short of it is we're all better off collaborating. If we have one source of truth, it will help optimize our operations and just make us all more efficient, especially given what we need to do and the importance of us knowing who we're dealing with, where they're coming from and what they're doing. So without taking too many points so that others have something to say, I'll end there.
You can throw the ball.
Randomly, yeah?
Randomly, that's fine. What happened? What happened? Remember, we are fighting fraud, we are fighting corruption. We cannot have this here. Okay.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I can mention that I enjoyed the discussions that were carried out by the panel. The level of knowledge that were exhibited by the panelists from the entity level to sectorial level, how they were coordinating their understanding of their obligations. I think they really demonstrated that in terms of compliance, you are at a better state. Maybe before I hand over, I throw this to somebody. And I had a question that I wanted to ask Madam from the corner in respect of the last presentation yesterday. Maybe if I could be allowed to pack it in the question time.
Okay, thank you very much. You will take note. You can pass the board to the next person. Did he throw it already? The boy has disappeared. We have forensic auditors here. Okay. Who is speaking? Oh, the boy has actually disappeared, ladies and gentlemen. What happened at the back there? You know what would happen in class if the team that used to take chairs at the back, very notorious. I'm not saying that about those at the back there, but okay, please exonerate yourselves. Someone say something so that we can move on.
All right. I'll say something for the sake of progress.
Yes, thank you.
Apart from the lessons learned from South Africa and the presentations that were done yesterday, they were so educative. But at first I was worried about our legal instruments in respect of cryptocurrencies. But I noticed that authorities are seized in addressing the gap where a lot of investment is happening in cryptocurrency, but the legal instruments are lacking. So it is imperative that we move forward in putting in place legal instruments to deal with cryptocurrency. Thank you.
Okay. Necessarily part of what was discussed yesterday, but you are raising it as an issue, isn't it? And a recommendation. Okay, thank you. Let's go on to what we got yesterday. I think some of those issues will come out in today's presentations. Who is next? Please throw the board to the next person. Okay. Yes, ma'am. That's fine. Yeah, let her speak. Thank you.
I think what stood out for me was the presentation from our Zambian counterparts, where they emphasized the need for common knowledge and understanding, the stages at which when I've forgotten who's supposed to come, but when they come, what they'll be asking, yes, the assessors, when the assessors come, that there's supposed to be uniformity in the responses. And so I think I liked the DG's response to say, as much as they have circulated in terms of information of where they are, but there's still work to be done to ensure that everybody who's going to be questioned by the assessors is at the same level of knowledge and the responses are uniform.
Thank you very much. Do the needful. Okay. Yeah, the gentleman in the khaki shirt, he was hit from behind, but he's being very... a hit is a hit.
I think I missed that one.
Thank you.
Okay.
From what I had picked yesterday from the DD, Mr. Ncube, he gave us the way forward in terms of the assessment. I indicated that the assessment had already begun, and the high-level ISAMLAG mission would be from the 17th to the 18th of November, among others. But of importance, he talked of the review scoping note being prepared by an assessment team that will be done by July 2026, and the submission of effectiveness questionnaire by September 2026. Those are some of the things that I noted. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the last two. The last two, thank you very much. You never saw that coming, eh?
No, I didn't. I was very relaxed.
Yeah.
I think without laboring the points, my favorite from yesterday was certainly on the digitization and how it can lower the cost of compliance. I think quite a lot of us in our organizations, when we present our budgets, including coming to the Victoria Falls, there's always that, that pushback to say, okay, what is the actual cost of compliance? So I think with digitization, using the right tools, interconnectedness across those digital platforms will help to lower that cost of compliance.
Okay, thank you very much. You can throw the ball to the last person. Wow, she wanted to avoid it so much. Before you even threw the ball, she saw the direction that it was coming with, and she was... Please speak, ma'am. You have been chosen. Don't read notes from the head. Okay, are we moving on? Okay, you can throw the ball to the next person so that we move. I'm really worried about people sitting at the back. It's the second time we can't find the ball. All right, who volunteers? Who volunteers? Okay, say and ma'am, then we can close. You can proceed.
Thank you. I think for me, what stood out was the speech from acting governor. It's easy for us to get bogged down into the details of what we do, the standards, the IOs. We forget this is an issue about sustainable development. That's really the reason we get into all this stuff, to just ensure that our economies have a path towards development. We don't do it properly, we don't have a chance. And maybe we need to continue to remind ourselves that this, at the end of it all, is a development issue. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. That's very, very true. It's about development. It's about our reputation as a country, how we attract investors, how that then gets down to what happens on the ground? Are we ready to develop, or we are talking and we continue to talk? I also feel that at the end of this conference, what then happens thereafter is what really matters. I think that was mentioned yesterday. The outcomes versus the outputs. What exactly are we going to do after this, and what do we see? Yes, ma'am. Don't worry about the ball. You have been chosen from heaven. Okay? You want the microphone? Okay.
So what I learned yesterday, I'll mention three. So I learned that it is important for countries to fight corruption decisively. And then also there is need for Zimbabwe, I think it was a reminder, on Zimbabwe to document its statistical evidence on the achievements made so far in readiness for the mutual evaluation. And then also I learned that as a nation, all institutions have to work together. We have to realize that whatever we are doing, we are not doing it at an institutional level, because when a nation is grey listed, all households are affected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's give ourselves a hand for those who participated on our behalf. Thank you. So I normally don't make jokes on serious conferences like this, so I'll make just one. There was this pastor. He owned a church that was quite dilapidated. The roof was falling, the ceiling was actually falling. And then this very rich man came through one of the days. He sat down with the pastor in the church. And as they talked, a part of the ceiling fell on top of the rich guy's head. The rich guy said, "What? What's this? Is the ceiling falling?" And the pastor said, "Yes, we've been struggling to repair the ceiling and to renovate the church." He said, "Okay, I'll pay $1 million for the renovations." And the pastor was like, "Wow, thank you very much." And before he finished, another huge piece of the ceiling fell again on top of the rich guy. The guy said, "I'll double that. I'll make it 10 million," because he was frustrated. And before he finished, another huge piece of the ceiling fell. And he said, no, this can't be. I'll make it $30 million. I want this church repaired immediately, tomorrow. And then the pastor was excited. He was going, "Hit him again, Lord. Hit him again. Hit him again, Lord." Because he wanted all the buildings that were the premise to be renovated. So I was just trying to think, who can we hit again to make sure that we are done with this recap. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I want us to recognize a very special group of delegates whom we have here. We have been hearing about them as we went through the acronyms. Yes, we said this is a conference of acronyms. The very critical group that is known as the DNF BPs. DNF BPs. This is the designated non-financial businesses and professions. I just want to call on each and every one of those categories to just stand so that we recognize and appreciate you for coming. We know the commitment that you made to be here and to be part of this very serious and critical discussion. I'll start with those who are dealers in precious metals and stones. If you deal in precious, as a dealer, yes, I said yesterday, dealing in the right sense, in the good sense. So, Zimra, how are you? Nothing to do with them. I'm just greeting Mr. Perry from Zimra. Thank you very much. Who else do we have? Those who deal in precious stones. There's the other guy and him. Thank you very much. Our dealers, thank you. Let's give them a hand. Thank you very much. Next conference, invite others, okay? And then we have those who are into casinos and betting houses. Casinos and betting houses. If you run casinos and betting houses, there they go. Wow, they are sitting alongside each other. They took the same row. Okay, that's the casino bench. Thank you. Thank you very much. Those into real estate agents. Not land barons, real estate agents. Real estate, anyone into real estate, please, you can just stand, it's okay. It's safe, this is a safe space. Anyone into real estate? We don't. Yeah, this can't be. We need someone in real estate. Okay, all right, we believe perhaps they were here yesterday. Accountants? Accountants, there we go. I know there's quite a number. Yes, thank you very much. We have accountants, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming through. Thank you very much. Again, we need more of you next year. Lawyers. There we go. Lawyers. Oh, okay. There we go. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, there's another one coming in. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, lawyers. I think for now that will be all. We just want to thank you and to recognize the effort that you are making in this dialogue. So we appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to get into our presentation, the first presentation of the day. But before that, I also want to give a few minutes to some of our sponsors who want to come up front and say a few words, as we also appreciate the role that they played in making this a success. I'll start with KEBS. KEBS? Anyone from KEBS? Do we have anyone from KEBS? Is that KEBS? Okay. KEBS, let's play their video. They'll come through after 10:30. Okay, no, so let's go on to the others. Send money. Send money. Anybody from Send Money? That's Send Money. Okay. Thank you very much.
About Marechera. Hanziko. But he says keeper. They say he has this glow about him now. He doesn't walk. He glides. And he's so calm that he doesn't perspire. Well, and his dollars. He irons his money.
He has got people who irons his money.
But have you heard that when he coughs, money just comes out of the blue? Out of the orange. Let's go!
Hey, yo.
Marechera.
People will see you differently when you have the new Mukuru wallet. Send, spend, store. There's Mukuru for that.
What is that?
Good morning to you all. That video is not promoting any financial crime. Just to be clear. Send Money Home is under the same group of Mukuru companies, which is the company organization that I represent. We are happy and glad to have been a part of this wonderful and great occasion, where we are here as institutions in Zimbabwe to promote and give what we can towards this fight against financial crime. We're happy that the FIU came to us and asked us to play a role that, also promotes our brand, the Mukuru brand, the orange. I'm sure you all saw the orange. I'm still looking for my orange suit. Yet to have it next time. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to ask you all to just try our Mukuru products. We recently launched the DTMFI, which is our deposit-taking microfinance institution, where we hope more products can be given to Zimbabwe as a whole. The goal being to ensure that everyone, everywhere, has access to financial services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's Send Money Home. You saw the magic that happens when you get onto their platforms and you make use of their services. So get in touch with them and they will assist you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to get into our first presentation. I'm going to invite Mr. C. Mutangadura, the Deputy Prosecutor General with the National Prosecuting Authority, NPA, to make a presentation on the pivotal role of cooperation and coordination in strengthening the AML CFT regime. Mr. Mutangadura.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Yes, I will start by acknowledging the presence of our dignitaries here, but I will not mention specifically everybody. I will refer to the governor, the acting governor of the Reserve Bank, the DG, Madam Zifudzi, and all the protocols that I've mentioned on my slides. I think there are quite a number. So basically, I will acknowledge the presence of everybody. Yes, I'm representing the Honorable Prosecutor General of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Miss Justice Lois Matanda Moyo. She's the one who delegated me the task of coming to participate here. And basically, the presentation that I'm going to make this morning is cementing all the presentations that were done yesterday and possibly preempt the presentations that are going to follow in the later parts of our day. Yes, the importance of dealing with the financial crimes such as money laundering, terrorist financing, fraud, corruption is a mammoth task for everybody. So basically the presentation that I am making is to confirm the importance of everybody who is here. There is no single agency who can single-handedly tackle this scourge of corruption, money laundering, illicit financial flows, and illicit enrichment. We have a value chain which starts from everybody in the private sector, all legal and institutional arrangements within the public sector, and our counterparts abroad. So you can see from the preceding slides that the task is indelibly embedded within the sphere of the private sector, the public sector, and our foreign counterparts. Financial crimes touch law enforcement agencies, regulators, tax authorities, intelligence agencies, FIUs, and coordination ensures that all angles are covered. We know that there is investigation. The task of investigation resides within our investigative authorities. We have got the Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission, we have got the Zimbabwe Republic Police, but our Zimbabwe Republic Police, or ROZAC, get their evidence from some source. This is where the private sector cooperation comes in. We do not build our dockets from the firmament. We get evidence from somewhere. And this is where everybody who is here comes into play. Yes, at the national level, we've got the FIU. They give us intelligence, and they supply the intelligence to the police. After analyzing them, they receive their suspicious transaction reports, and they have got a very serious role of analyzing these and disseminate them to the law enforcement authorities. But when the law enforcement authorities start to do their job, they also need the cooperation of our private partners. So at the time of coming to us, we then implement in the justice delivery value chain. We are the National Prosecuting Authority. So we are the gatekeepers of processing all this to ensure that what starts as reasonable suspicion, which has been defined to be a state of conjecture where there is no proof, is now mutated into admissible evidence that we then present in a court of law to preserve the results which we are going to be reviewed upon, because we are not going to be reviewed on whether or not there is corruption in Zimbabwe. It is given, that's why there is ZAC. It is given that there is theft. It is common cause from our own national risk assessment that we have got 5 predicate offenses of money laundering, which are major drivers of illicit enrichment. We now know them. But when we are being reviewed, we are going to be questioned on what we have done to prosecute the criminals and ultimately recover proceeds of crime. That's why it is very important for us to have cooperation. So multi-agent structures are also better positioned to liaise with foreign counterparts to tackle complex cross-border money laundering. As I have alluded to earlier on, criminals now use sophisticated methods of laundering proceeds of crime. Yes, there are certain elements of crimes that are within the geographical sphere of Zimbabwe, but some are transnational in nature. So in circumstances where there are transnational organized criminal syndicates or racketeering, we then also need to join hands and ensure that we obtain evidence from abroad. This is where international cooperation comes in. So let me just dwell on the 3 dimensions of cooperation that are obvious and are here in Zimbabwe. Firstly, there is inter-agency cooperation by national institutions. I'm going to identify some few institutions as I run through my slides, but I've said it in my introductory remarks that everybody who is here is part of that value chain. So our cooperation is normally what we call domestic cooperation. That's why we are all here this morning. There is public-private sector cooperation. In other words, the cooperation feeds into each other. There is an overlap of cooperation. At the national level, we have got our own established institutions. The Attorney General's office, they are the ones who draft all the statutes that we are proud of in terms of our technical compliance. They are the ones who forensically study the best practices and what is required of us. There is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They are the ones that help us to engage others. We have got our FIU, we have got our police, we have got ZIMRA, we have got immigration authorities. I can name a lot of them. They are specifically mentioned in our Section 13 or 12 of the Money Laundering and Proceeds of Crime Act. Then there is public-private sector cooperation, which focuses on synergies between financial institutions and the DNFBPs, together with the national prosecuting authorities and investigative agencies. Then the last dimension is the regional and international cooperation. This is very important, like I have said earlier. We cannot conduct a successful prosecution where there is no important part of evidence which otherwise is in another jurisdiction. Criminals commit offenses here in Zimbabwe. At the end of 5 or 10 minutes, money would have been wired to Hong Kong, Singapore, Mauritius, Switzerland, just to mention a few. So you cannot prove the essential elements of the offense without getting assistance from other countries. So how do we do the preservation of evidence, preservation of assets? We have to engage ourselves, the FIU, to engage their corresponding partners in another country to ensure that this stolen money or siphoned money is preserved from dissipation. Because all criminals, before they steal or they launder money, they devise a very speedy way of having this money dissipated in tributary accounts. That's where we need regional and international cooperation. So I'm pleased that in Zimbabwe there is that willingness. And the high level participation of everybody is clear testimony to the fact that we really value this cooperation. So obviously we have to acknowledge where we have succeeded in this cooperation, but obviously there are also gaps. We have domestic intelligence cooperation in Zimbabwe. We start with our national task force. It's specifically designated to ensure that we have this cooperation amongst our own people and agencies. We must also leverage on technology and data analytics. This issue of cyber evidence is one of the reasons why at times, wrongly or unfortunately, we may be accused of catch and release. The catch and release is not a phenomenon that dropped from the sky. It's something that was as a result of members of the public doubting the seriousness of law enforcement in really tackling corruption or money laundering. So we have arrested a person today, but that does not mean when you arrest a person, you have proved your case. There are some sophisticated issues that relate to computers. For example, people can steal from you using WhatsApp messages. But when we go to court, the admissibility of those WhatsApp messages will be put to test. So there is a need to ensure that we embrace technology, we embrace expertise from amongst us. And most of the expertise is in the private sector. I'm a trained lawyer, but I'm not a forensic auditor. I'm not a cyber specialist. I need somebody who can come and prove beyond reasonable doubt in a court of law that this piece of evidence that I am presenting before a court of law is authentic. So the cooperation is now clear. All those actuarial scientists that are trained in our universities, most of them hardly join government. They are in the private sector. So you can see why we need your cooperation. We need to establish these synergies with financial institutions. We need evidence from banks. We may need evidence from ZimSwitch. We may need evidence from insurance companies, real estate, etc. So once we have got this cooperation, you can see that the effectiveness in prosecuting and ultimately confiscation of proceeds of crime is surely guaranteed. Yes, there is a need to formalize this cooperation between the private sector, the public sector, and our international cooperating partners. But most specifically, let's have a formalized unit of some sort. This is just an ideal thought. Although I'm going to take you through the succeeding slides, but so far we have observed in our studies that the United Kingdom does have a formalized domestic cooperation framework. South Africa does have that. We send our prosecutors to South Africa for what we call prosecutor placement program under the Asset Recovery Interagency Network of Southern Africa. So in South Africa, when you go there, we did attachment there, and we are continuing to do that. We send our prosecutors 3 times a year to be trained. When you get to the NPA of South Africa, the Asset Forfeiture Unit, you see auditors there. You see accountants, those who interpret these documents. You see serving members of the police. An equivalent of ZAC is also part of their establishment at the National Prosecuting Authority of the Republic of South Africa. So, once you have got a formalized entity such as what South Africa does have, it's very easy for a person who is within the structures of the NPA of South Africa to go and do what otherwise our Zimbabwe Republic Police would do naturally. Yes, when we want to get a warrant, we will liaise with the police or ZAC. But if they are housed within the same roof, it's so effective, and that's what we have learned from our counterparts in South Africa. We need to promote international linkages. I may not need to hammer more than that, which is appearing on the slides. But as we have said, we have got Interpol, we have got every agency in Zimbabwe has got a corresponding similar agent or counterpart in another country. Let's have MOUs between our own agencies and those corresponding agencies in other countries. The NPA does have another corresponding NPA in other countries. So once we have these linkages, it quickly resolves the issue of preservation of evidence in our quest for prosecution and tackling complex criminal syndicates. Yes, I have commented that Zimbabwe has shown that there is goodwill, good political will, institutional will to work together. So we just need to leverage on these successes and foundations that we have established over the years. Yeah, while there are always ideal situations, as I have proposed, but we are not destitute. As a country, we can't give an excuse that because we don't have a formalized entity that captures the cooperation of our public sector, private sector, therefore we cannot work. That is a lame excuse. I think my colleagues from the AG's office, my boss, Madam Fuzi, will blame me if I give that impression. She has done the best to ensure that our legal framework accords with a workable system. So look at the Act. It is aimed at ensuring that we identify, trace, freeze, and seize, and eventually confiscate proceeds of crime. So from the long title or the preamble of the Act, you can see that everybody here fits somewhere. So we cannot give an excuse that because we don't have a formalized system, then we cannot identify, trace, or freeze, seize, or confiscate assets. Section 27A of the National Prosecuting Authority Act, we are the ones who are given the powers to cooperate with everybody. As you can see, Section 27, capital letter A, establishes an asset forfeiture unit within the National Prosecuting Authority. Our duties, in simple terms, are to give assistance to prosecutors, to deal with the preservation of proceeds of crime, ultimately to forfeit proceeds of crime. Where I've underlined there, is to give emphasis that we also obtain investigative orders for criminal investigation and civil forfeiture. Unlike in the previous ordinary duties of a conventional prosecutor, ordinarily a prosecutor has no role in the investigation of any crime. But in order to strengthen our systems, Mrs. Ifuze ensured that she does have a legislation that specifically states that the NPA has got the powers to assist investigators in getting court orders to facilitate an investigation. So there's no excuse. You see, we help in the confiscation of properties that are instrumentalities of or proceeds of crime under any other law besides the Money Laundering and Proceeds of Crime Act. Subsection D talks about providing mutual legal assistance to foreign states seeking the tracing, identification, freezing, and confiscation of property under the Money Laundering Act or any foreign anti-money laundering laws. Again, as I have alluded to earlier, this is a provision which is in our law. In the exercise of our functions as the National Prosecuting Authority, we work in cooperation with the Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission, Zimbabwe Revenue Authority, the Financial Intelligence Unit, and other supervisory, regulatory, or investigative authorities for purposes of facilitating the tracing, identification, recovery, seizure, or confiscation of proceeds of crime. So, in my humble view, we cannot give an excuse to say we are not formally congregated in some form of convocation. No. How we are assembled today, we can still execute under the provisions of the National Prosecuting Authority Act. Again, in relation to transnational organized crimes, we are again given a provision which mirrors the preceding provision. We work in cooperation with all agencies. So this was an insertion put in our amendment of number, I think there's an amendment act here of 2018. Now we need also to show examples of where we have, I tried to reduce the number of examples. I just did it for purpose of convenience because my colleagues are going to also have some open discussion on what we are doing. So as part of the same team, I can just preempt some few things here. There is an example of the abuse of the civil servant rebate scheme. As we have identified that part of serious offenses where there is a high risk of money laundering is in tax offenses. Zimura is here, it can confirm that position. The government extended a scheme to civil servants to say those who are civil servants can import cars without payment of duty. But as you know, whenever there is a proper government scheme, well-intentioned government scheme, criminals also raid. So they raided this scheme, ending up importing cars, not for the benefit of civil servants, but for themselves. And to that extent, we managed to set a judicial precedent. But this was a work involving all those agencies that I have enumerated. Some people would question where Zinara comes in. Zinara is also part of the very important institutions of government. No car moves around the country without passing through toll gates. And all cars are generally kept in a database of the vehicle registry. But if you want to identify and arrest the car itself, you need to tell Zinara. So they assisted us. So it was a combination of many agencies, including the NPA, because we are the ones who went to court to seek these orders, and we have got a judicial precedent to that effect. We have instances of unexplained wealth orders. Zimbabwe is one of the institutions, the countries or jurisdictions that have adopted the UK investigative tool of unexplained wealth order. Yes, where there is suspicion that somebody is in possession of property of value which is disproportionate to his lawful or known source of funds, the NPA as a law enforcement agency can approach the court to seek an explanation from the defendant. And in this case, we have quite a number of cases that we have done arising from intelligence from the public sector, the FIU, and ultimately investigated by our investigative agencies. So these unexplained wealth orders, yes, I tried to speak with the guarded tongue because I don't want to mention people's names. This is a case that we did. It's one of the many cases that we did, but I'm just mentioning this one with an anonymous reference, because in Zimbabwe, everyone is related somehow. It's not a false story. It's true. Somehow, someone is a relative of somebody, remotely or by blood or something, through totems. So I don't want to mention someone is a relative. So this person was a public officer. He was linked to some abuse of a tender scheme. He sat at the helm of a public entity, state enterprise. There was no evidence that he personally was involved in the crime. We, although prosecuted that person, he was found not guilty of many charges of fraud and criminal abuse. But ultimately, we received intelligence that he had acquired a lot of assets, immovable and movables, which included shares in some public sector companies. We managed to go to our national, there's a commission for insurance. I may not know the appellation, but I personally visited that. It's in Newlands. There is an insurance commission there which keeps data of and returns of insurance companies. Because we cooperated with this institution, we managed to know the shareholding structure of this insurance company. We managed to know their capital base, and we then succeeded in having an unexplained wealth order and ultimately forfeiture. There are instances where our police have, through reports, missed locating or preserving property, because for a police officer to go to a bank and say, freeze this account, you need a court order. And for you to get a court order, you have to do an affidavit under oath, and that process and delay, you know the bureaucracy in these systemic delays. You can be told that the magistrate is not here. He's gone for a funeral. Meanwhile, the criminal is dissipating the money, because no criminal will wait for a magistrate to come back from a funeral. So we use FIU. We just ask FIU because we cooperate with FIU. FIU has its own institutional powers to freeze anything that is suspected to be involved in money laundering. So the importance of this domestic cooperation is that the power which resides in another institution can be of ultimate benefit to another institution. Because the police themselves cannot go to a bank and freeze. And neither can a bank on its own freeze somebody's account. They will tell you that we want a court order. So this cooperation that we do has actually been very, very effective. Zimra also does that. There are also a new phenomenon where we seek forfeiture or proceeds of crime. Sometimes the actual proceeds are not there. We have heard of many cases where public funds have been stolen, but we cannot really trace and locate that property. But now our law allows us to forfeit any property equivalent in value to the one which would have been stolen. So the cooperation that we have from private sector has led us to recover even property of equivalent value. Yes, some of these in real estate, these are land developers. The general assumption is that when you want to know whether somebody owns properties, you go to the Deeds Registries Act. Sometimes it's not entirely correct. You can go to the Deeds Registries Act and be told that this person does not own any property. But yes, there are several land developers everywhere, dotted across the nook and corner of the country. These people, we have cooperated with them. They tell us who actually owns a particular building in town, even if you may not find it within the office of the registrar of deeds. Yes, international cooperation, these are some of the cases. We have cooperated with our FIU, talks to FIC in South Africa, Botswana, etc. So I'm just enumerating some of the few cases here. We have the case of the National Foods. They lost about 5 million through some cyber crime. Somebody just generated an email to order something and the money was stolen. But we cannot succeed if we wait for the diplomatic channels of sending a diplomatic bag. You and I know how diplomatic channels work. If you want to prepare a request for mutual legal assistance through the diplomatic channels, many people have to be involved. And the diplomatic bag moves at its own pace. By the time the diplomatic bag reaches China or South Africa, money would have been dissipated. But because our FIU, they have got good symbiotic relationship with their counterparts in other countries, we managed to recover proceeds of crime in those cases. The Zambian helicopter case is another example. There is a former Minister of Foreign Affairs in South Africa who allegedly stole 5 million in some scheme. 2 helicopters became the subject of a money laundering investigation because they were the direct purchase from these public funds. One of the helicopters was found here in Victoria Falls. It was now used by some company rented for purposes of tourism purposes. But because our laws allow us to recognize other orders, the order in the Zambian case was granted by the High Court in Gauteng, South Africa. But we managed to enforce that order here in Zimbabwe using our domestic instruments. That's why I'm giving you these examples to say it is possible. What only needs to be done is to enhance the cooperation. But otherwise, if you look at the Criminal Matters Mutual Assistance Act, it's very clear. Like I'm saying, I'm indebted to Madams Fudzi, our Amlaki, and our National Task Force, the DG Peresa, and the AG's office. We can't give an excuse. There's a natural tendency amongst law enforcement, whenever they cannot account for their lackadaisical approach, they give an excuse to say there's no law. This is the law. It's a statute. So, I am emphasizing on this that the National Prosecuting Authority and all other investigative agencies are entitled to use these legal and institutional frameworks. You can see that there is the involvement of International Criminal Police Organization called Interpol. We do have an Interpol National Central Bureau here, and every country, according to Section 38 of the Interpol Constitution, provides for a national central bureau in every country, member country. So these people have always assisted us. But now what we need is just to enhance this. So I have finished my presentation. Basically what I'm just emphasizing is we may have our abstract thoughts as regards how best we can cooperate domestically or internationally. But that can never be an excuse. Under the current legal framework, we can do wonders, and to that extent, I close my presentations. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mstangadura, for those insights in terms of the cooperation that exists between the NPA and other agencies within the country, outside the country, internationally, to fight anti-money laundering, financing of terrorism, and so forth. My brother from Zambia, Mr. Tembo, how are you? I mean, my brother, stealing a whole helicopter, that's huge.
Maybe I can even give the latest information so that maybe we don't just leave it at that point.
Yeah.
So I can now report that Honorable Minister, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, has been convicted, sentenced to 4 years imprisonment with hard labor.
Okay.
And assets are connected to that helicopter are also being forfeited, including the helicopter itself.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much for that update. Well, yeah, that's the rule of law. We appreciate at least something happened. Yeah, I think people are actually wondering, 4 years is, yeah, but anyway. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me just mention that similar institution in Zambia, the NPA, have since appealed for that 4 years. They feel that is not, commensurate to the offense, and of course assets are being confiscated. But I think 4 years, like you've rightly observed, seems to be quite low. So there's an appeal, probably to, maybe it can go even up to maybe 15 years or
more.
Or more.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tembo. Ladies and gentlemen, any questions for Mr. Mtangadura? Maybe 2 or 3 questions before we move to have our tea break, and then we'll be back for a panel discussion. Any questions? Quickly. I know we have questions for Mr. Mtangadura. Can we quickly pose the questions? Or you want to go and have tea and then, oh yes, Mr. Tembo.
We in Zambia are trying to put up regulation around asset management, and I think that is one area where we haven't done so well. I think your counterparts, you will agree with me that there's something that they're working on coming up with regulation around asset management. Just wanted you to share insights on what you have done as Zimbabwe.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. In Zimbabwe, we...
this is as a result of maybe having difficulties to do what to do with this helicopter. You have confiscated, and so what? Where do you keep it? What? Just share insights around management of these, some of these confiscations. We have a lot actually, and sometimes you confiscate. At the end of the day, they lose value, and So just share insights on what you are doing as Zimbabwe.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tembo. In Zimbabwe, we have a specifically established unit called the Asset Management Unit. It's under the administrative structures of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, headed by Director General and staff there. So this unit has specialized people who can manage forfeited assets from the time of preservation and all assets that would have been forfeited to the state. And they hold this fund on behalf of the Ministry of Finance. So that's the legal framework that we have. That's why we have given you an example where we have forfeited shares. The NPA cannot manage company shares, but the Asset Management Unit does. They've got the expertise to preserve value. They've got the expertise to invest in that. So we've got quite a number of immovable and movable properties, including these virtual assets that have been forfeited, and they are under the management of the asset management unit, and they've received international training on managing forfeited assets. Thank you very much.
Another question? Another question? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Jasmine Chipika, Reserve Bank. I was just thinking in my mind, Mr. Mtangadura, on the ground we are seeing a lot of businesses in car sales, fuel stations, sprawling all over the country in our cities. Is this genuine wealth, genuine investments, or is the NPA do something about it to check what is happening in those sectors? Because sometimes you hear people arguing that if this is genuine wealth in Zimbabwe, is it not then a misallocation of the foreign currency of the country? Or is there a simple opening which is causing people to move there to launder their proceeds? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting Governor. Yeah, I think this question has been posed in many fora where we discussed this issue about money laundering. But what happens is we have the independence of institutions that deal with the tackling money laundering. At FIU level, for example, they deal with the financial system, where there is suspicious transactions when the people are transacting in the financial sector. But without the financial sector involved, they may see things happening and may be hamstrung in terms of acting in regards to money that is in the dark world. Of course, they may, with information or intelligence, seize cash. But where we see sprouting of businesses, ZIMRA does have powers to do lifestyle audits on persons for purposes of income tax and all their fiscal duties. Us as the National Prosecuting Authority, we are a law enforcement authority to the extent of having power to ask a court to give an unexplained wealth order. And the unexplained wealth order has got its own statutory requirements. Firstly, the person must be holding property which is disproportionate to what he lawfully is expected to have or accrue in his income. Then secondly, he must have been suspected to be involved in some crime, and serious offense includes money laundering. But in the absence of that evidentiary threshold, courts do not just give you an unexplained wealth order simply because you have asked for such an order. So our police, when they investigate, they need to establish who are the beneficial owners of these businesses. Who is the owner of this car sale? For example, car sales, some purport to work on behalf of some principals. When I say on behalf of principals, I am saying a car, not all cars at a car sale belong to one person. They belong to various persons who would have given them the mandate to sell on their behalf. So that's the extent to which we have observed about car sales. It's a part of schemes, of course, to launder. We can't discard that. But our police then must have a basis to suspect that this person is involved in an offense through probably profiling that person and know the beneficial owner of whatever business it is. Otherwise, you don't just go to court and say there is a service station owned by this company, therefore we suspect that the company is involved in some laundering. So that's the extent to which we have been hamstrung, Honorable Governor. yes, we have had these challenges because the law strikes a balance between, it's actually part of hurdles in fight against money laundering in every country, that we strike a balance between constitutional rights of individuals to privacy, to property, but whilst they don't have a right to keep proceeds of crime, the duty now is in enlisting resources amongst our partnership as domestic players and invest in the investigation. I will give you an example, Honorable Governor. I was reading an article yesterday where there is a massive operation in South Africa where some rich, opulent guy had his property seized. I think yesterday or 2 days ago. South Africa, what they do, and England also, they invest in an investigation. They don't just take an investigation out of human suspicion. Every human suspects, but you have to channel resources towards that investigation. Most of the success stories in South Africa, the investigation would have spanned for 5 years. Now we need also to channel our resources towards capacitating our police. They need to have the capacitation to go, human and financial capacity to go and establish who is behind these companies. Otherwise, as NPA, if we go to court and just seek an order, we will be cleaning them. You know, sometimes, the Honorable Governor, there's what we call judicial laundering. If you take an accused person who is really a criminal, you take him to court without evidence, he is found not guilty. What does the law say about him? He's clean. You are actually cleaning him through the court order, which says he's not guilty. You understand? Yes. So we really need to investigate. That's why I think it's important for this important meeting that we have convened, this cooperation. Many people in our private sector know who are shareholders in an insurance company, who are the beneficial owners of this entity. Once they cooperate with us and we know this thing, and another issue is about whistleblower protection. We now have a law which is being mooted. This law is very important because people don't want to be victimized. A person has got knowledge, he has got massive evidence, but if there's no protection of that person, he cannot come and tell you who really is the owner of a particular business. We have seen people being murdered in South Africa for whistleblowing. So we need a sophisticated law which protects, because witness protection in the whistleblower law envisages a situation where you can even go to an extent of relocating a witness out of the country, or even changing his name. That's the extent to which other countries do. Nigeria does that, Ghana does that. The whistleblower law is so clinical to an extent that it protects people. That's why, Governor, you see an accident happens today. Everyone, in the glare of everybody. But do you know, you'll be surprised that the police will tell you that there's no witness. Why would you say there's no witness in an accident which happened in the glare of everybody? It's because people are very skeptical of becoming witnesses in circumstances where they will end up being victimized themselves. So they see things, they witness them, then they put a blind eye. So those are some of the things that we need to work on. Thank you.
Wow, very insightful there. Thank you so much, Mr. Mtangadura. Let's not be afraid of being witnesses. When we spoke about the Whistleblower Act, I think, yeah, it's been for a number of years now, but I'm thinking also we need maybe to add the element of reward, because I think sometimes people ask, why should I whistleblow and I don't get anything out of it? DG, you want to weigh in?
No, thank you very much. I just wanted to really emphasize the point from the angle that from the question that was asked by the acting governor and answered by the DPG. The biggest challenge in our country and probably in our region is our cash economies. Fighting money laundering in our part of the world is much harder than it is in Western countries where funds move through the formal channels. Here, the majority of transactions occur in cash, and then as they occur in cash, they are out of the view of the authorities. So that is what then makes investigations very difficult. So when you see success stories in Western countries, it's not because they are much better at combating financial crime, but when someone launders money in the United States of America, you can't buy anything in cash which is of a huge value. You'll be caught very easily. And then if you do it through the financial system, it's also very easy to trace because people have formal jobs, so it's very easy to predict how much they earn and a mismatch in their assets and income. But here in an informal economy where there are a lot of dealers in different things, it's very hard to see someone with wealth and then say, your income does not match this, because there are a lot of hustling that happens around in our population, and it's not easy to prove that someone who has accumulated wealth has done that illegally. So it's mainly if we address the cash economy in the long term, I think it will make things a bit easier for us.
Thank you, DG. Thank you for that. Yeah, so I think it's a process. There are issues that should be addressed first for us to maybe get to a stage where we say now we can fully and effectively tackle money laundering. But yeah, I believe the issues that are being raised here are very critical. I got a new acronym. Did you say judicial cleaning? Judicial laundering? Okay, JL. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's a new one, ladies and gentlemen. I think this will be very exciting if we continue the discussion and getting more insights from the investigative aspect of this conference, how then we get to identify money laundering and the processes that take place under Mr. Mtangadura's NPA, what happens with the ZIMRA, the ZINARA that he mentioned, and any other related, the ZRP and so forth. But we need to go for a break quickly. Can we do that now so that when we come back, we'll get details in our panel discussion? So I'll kindly ask our acting governor and the DG to lead us for can we make it 20 minutes? Let's make it as 20 minutes, as short as we can. Just a cup of tea and we can be back here so that we continue. We want to get these issues discussed as quickly as possible. So let's proceed to our tea break. Thank you, ma'am.
What is it?
Moshe.
Have you heard about Marechera?
Hanziko.
But he says keeper. They say he has this glow about him now. He doesn't walk.
Hey.
He glides.
Yo.
And he's so calm that he doesn't perspire.
I heard that he owns a bank.
Let's go.
The most secured bank in the whole world.
And his dollars, he irons his money.
He has got people who irons his money.
But have you heard that when he coughs, money just comes out of the blue? Out of the ore.
Let's go. People will see you differently when you have the new Mukuru wallet. Send, spend, store. There's Mukuru for that.
A bank that's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makorokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. Or when you needed to send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful ululations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
What is it?
Moshe.
Have you heard about Marechera?
Hanziko.
But he says keeper. They say he has this glow about him now. He doesn't walk.
Hey.
He glides.
Yo.
And he's so calm that he doesn't perspire.
I heard that he owns a bank.
Let's go.
The most secured bank in the whole world.
And his dollars, he irons his money.
He has got people who irons his money.
But have you heard that when he coughs, money just comes out of the blue? Out of the ore.
Let's go. Hey, yo.
Marechera.
People will see you differently when you have the new Mukuru wallet. Send, spend, store. There's Mukuru for that.
A bank that's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makorokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, Slobo, ndinga uncedo lwakho. EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. Or when you needed to send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful ululations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
What is it?
Moshe.
Have you heard about Marechera?
Hanziko.
But he says keeper. They say he has this glow about him now. He doesn't walk.
Hey.
He glides.
Yo.
And he's so calm that he doesn't perspire.
I heard that he owns a bank.
Let's go.
The most secured bank in the whole world.
And his dollars, he irons his money.
He has got people who irons his money.
But have you heard that when he coughs, money just comes out of the blue? Out of the ore.
Let's go. Hey, yo.
Marechera.
People will see you differently when you have the new Mukuru wallet. Send, spend, store. There's Mukuru for that.
A bank that's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makorokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, Slobo, ndinga uncedo lwakho. EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. Or when you needed to send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful ululations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
What do you say?
Moshe.
Have you heard about Marechera?
Hanziko.
But he says keeper. They say he has this glow about him now. He doesn't walk.
Hey.
He glides.
Yo.
And he's so calm that he doesn't perspire.
I heard that he owns a bank.
Let's go.
The most secured bank in the whole world.
And his dollars, he irons his money.
He has got people who irons his money.
But have you heard that when he coughs, money just comes out of the blue? Out of the ore.
Let's go. Hey, yo.
Marechera.
People will see you differently when you have the new Mukuru wallet. Send, spend, store. There's Mukuru for that.
A bank that's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makorokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, Slobo, ndinga uncedo lwakho. EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. Or when you needed to send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful ululations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
What is it?
Moshe.
Have you heard about Marechera?
Hanziko.
But he says keeper. They say he has this glow about him now. He doesn't walk.
Hey.
He glides.
No.
And he's so calm that he doesn't perspire.
I heard that he owns a bank. Let's go. The most secured bank in the whole world.
And his dollars. He irons his money.
He has got people who irons his money.
But have you heard that when he coughs, money just comes out of the blue? Out of the ore.
Let's go. Hey, yo.
Marechera.
People will see you differently when you have the new Mukuru wallet. Send, spend, store. There's Mukuru for that.
A bank that's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with makorokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, Slobo, ndinga uncedo lwakho. EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. Or when you needed to send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful ululations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
Welcome back. Those outside, can you find your way back so that we can continue? Those still outside, can we please come? We need to move. We are waiting for those still outside. Can we move back?
What is it?
Moshe.
Have you heard about Marechera?
Hanziko.
But he says keeper. They say he has this glow about him now. He doesn't walk. He glides.
Yo.
And he's so calm that he doesn't perspire.
I heard that he owns a bank. The most secured bank in the whole world.
And his dollars, he irons his money.
He has got people who iron his money.
But have you heard that when he coughs, money just comes out of the blue? Out of the ore.
Let's go! Hey, yo.
Marechera.
People will see you differently when you have the new Mukuru wallet. Send, spend, store. There's Mukuru for that.
A bank that's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. when a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with makorokoto messages. EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, Slobo, ndinga uncedo lwakho. EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. Or when you needed to send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful ululations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
What is it?
Moshe.
Have you heard about Marechera?
Hanziko.
But he says keeper. They say he has this glow about him now. He doesn't walk.
Hey.
He glides.
Yo.
And he's so calm that he doesn't perspire.
I heard that he owns a bank.
Let's go.
The most secured bank in the whole world.
And his dollars, he irons his money.
He has got people who irons his money.
But have you heard that when he coughs, money just comes out of the blue? Out of the ore.
Let's go. Hey, yo.
Marechera.
People will see you differently when you have the new Mukuru wallet. Send, spend, store. There's Mukuru for that.
A bank that's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with makorokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the...
Do we have cabs? Cabs, are you ready? Are you ready for your 1 minute of fame. Cabs, please come forward. You're okay. You want 5 minutes? Not 1. Please come forward and explain why we should give you 5. Okay. Oh, you are here to explain. I'll give you 5 minutes to explain why you need 5 minutes.
He's coming.
Oh, he's coming. Okay, thank you. CAPS are one of our sponsors as well. We want to appreciate them. We also have CAPS, Old Mutual, Zim Switch. We have EcoCash. Kanausina EcoCash. It's actually a money laundering crime. Not to have EcoCash. You must be on the system so that we can monitor you. So I was just thinking outside, talking with other colleagues, what if the criminals are here? I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. But what if they attended, let's just give scenarios. What if they attended this conference so that they pick some notes? Because you have seen that criminals are actually ahead. When we sit down to discuss ways to solve crimes, it's because they would have already committed the crimes. So, but I want to assure everyone that we are all safe here. There is no money launderer in this place. If you are here, put your right hand on your heart and say, "So help me God." Was that a hand? Oh, 3 times on the heart, yes, yes, and say, "So help me God." Okay, thank you very much. I thought we were actually doing a confession. I was like, oh. Okay, so we have CAPS, ladies and gentlemen. We'll give them. So that we can proceed in measure for the sake of time. That's okay. I think we'll give CAPS their time later on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are moving into the next part of today's program, which is a panel discussion on the effective use of financial intelligence, money laundering investigations and prosecutions, identification and tracing of proceeds, and instrumentalities of crime. Remember earlier we had that presentation from Mr. Mtangadura, the Deputy Prosecutor General with the National Prosecuting Authority, on the pivotal role of cooperation and coordination in strengthening the AML-CFT regime. So this panel discussion is practically building up on what we discussed earlier with Mr. Mtangadura. So I'm going to invite Mr. S. Mukoi of the FIU to come and facilitate this panel discussion. Mr. Mukoi. Yes, we can give him another hand. So thank you very much. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. You will recall from yesterday, our panel discussion was focusing on supervision as well as preventative measures. And these are critical components in terms of safeguarding our system from money laundering as well as financial crime. So today, we're actually shifting our focus, and we're now looking at the actual war against financial crime, where I'm going to invite some experts who are going to constitute our panel. Feel free to call them soldiers, as they are the ones that actually fight the financial crime. So I will start by introducing from the value chain. We have the reporting institutions that actually bring in the reports that assist us in identifying criminals. We have the financial intelligence unit that actually analyzes and disseminates our cases to law enforcement to enable them to carry out their investigations. And when investigations are done, dockets are prepared, and we go to the courts, and at the courts where we then have the convictions as well as the confiscations. So our panel actually has all those members of that value chain. So I'll start by inviting from the private sector. We have a representative from the banking sector, Mr. Mark Demba from CBZ Bank. Then we also have from our money transfer agencies or money value transfer services sector, from Mukuru Financial Services, Mr. Kudzwa Ichikanda. Then, moving on to the law enforcement sector, I will start with our good friend from Zimra, Mr. Edward Piri. We move on to, from the Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission, we have Mr. Victor Masimba. Then we also have from the Zimbabwe Republic Police, CID, Asset Forfeiture Unit, Superintendent Elastos Dafana. Then finally, at the end of the value chain, we have from the National Prosecuting Authority, Mr. Whisper Mabaudi. I think I have skipped one. You forgive me, my panel is not enough. We have from the Financial Intelligence Unit, Mr. Richard Mbata. So I think we can take our seats and we'll begin the panel discussion. So my first question, I'm going to start, as I highlighted from the very beginning, that this is actually the value chain in terms of fighting financial crime. So I will start with my first question. I'm going to be asking the private sector, which is going to be CBZ and Mukuru. So my first question will be, what type of financial intelligence products do you submit to the FIU? How do you view your role in providing quality intelligence through submission of these reports? Maybe we can start with CBZ, then followed by Mukuru.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. As financial institutions and designated non-financial institutions, we are mandated to submit intelligent information to the Financial Intelligence Unit. So we do submit a quite number of information and reports. So we do submit suspicious transaction reports. We do also submit suspicious activity reports. And we do also submit daily reports that we are required by the Financial Intelligence Unit. And these reports, they do assist them to identify other suspicious activities. And these are top 50, top 100 if you are working for a financial institution, for a bank. We do also submit threshold reports These are the CTRs, the IFT, EFT reports, and these reports also assist the Financial Intelligence Unit to identify further information. And there are other ad hoc requests that we also receive from FIU. We call them RIFIs, requests for information, which are either bank statements, transaction details, KYC documents, and this information is all used for financial intelligence. And our role, especially when it comes to the provision of this information, is very critical, as we always strive to submit quality information, because quality information will also lead to quality evidence, which will also be used by these other members within the value chain to be able to do their processes. So it starts with us. If the information is not quality and adequate, which means it also affects everyone within the value chain. Thank you.
Thank you for that. He has covered most of the products, but I'll go a step further by maybe taking you a bit back. What are we saying when we talk about financial intelligence in this case? The information that we have cannot make sense unless there's some processing to it. The intelligence part begins where that information has been processed to some extent. The private sector is responsible for doing some processing before they give that information to the Financial Intelligence Unit, where they then further analyze that information. So I will then get to the point where I answer whether the role of the public sector is important. Yes, in my view. Why? This is where the processing of this information starts. This is the beginning of this value chain. Without that information being submitted to the Financial Intelligence Unit, there is no basis for any case. So the starting point is doing some processing, and then that information that has been processed by the private sector can then be fed to the FIU for further processing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chikande and CBZ. I'm sure we are already seeing the importance of the private sector in terms of fighting crime. And the next question then would then be to the Financial Intelligence Unit. I'm sure they have talked about the reports that they submit to the Financial Intelligence Unit and why they see them as being very important. So to the Financial Intelligence Unit, tell us about the intelligence that you receive. How important is the financial intelligence in detecting and investigating financial crime?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, colleagues. From the financial intelligence perspective, the information that we receive from our reporting institutions or designated institutions is very critical. It's part of our lifeblood to have that information, because one of our critical mandate as the FIU in terms of the Money Laundering and Proceeds of Crime Act is to receive, analyze, and disseminate. So what we receive are the reports that my colleagues from the private sector have been alluding to, and we use this information for critical analysis. In the analysis process, what we have is we use the information for tactical or operational analysis, where we are trying to then crystallize cases, and we use a risk-based approach, where when we receive, because it's voluminous data that we receive on a daily basis, which we need to risk rate and classify it in terms of risk. And some of the reports are very critical in that we use them to create patterns, creating patterns for criminal networks, like some of the sophisticated organized criminal activities would require maybe a thorough linkage or network mapping, what we call network mapping, where one transaction will lead into various other linkages to establish the exact pattern of how these criminals are behaving. So this information is very critical for tactical analysis or operational analysis, which crystallizes cases which we then disseminate to law enforcement agencies for investigation, because ours is only analysis, but law enforcement then do the investigation to add to the value chain of prosecution. Then we also use the information for strategic analysis, where we use these reports which we receive from our cooperating partners in creating studies, typologies of how criminals are behaving, on how the modus operandi that criminals are using. This not only affects current predicate offenses that we are aware of, even emerging offenses, we can crystallize them through those studies, where we will see how are they moving, what methods are they using, especially when you look at illicit financial flows. They are always evolving, and we need to be up to task with that. So for now, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbata. That was very insightful, and as the FIU comes in between the reporting entities and the law enforcement agencies, in assisting the law enforcement agencies in identifying transactions relating to crime. Now I'll move on to the actual law enforcement agencies. I'll start with ZIMRA, then Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission, then we'll end with the Zimbabwe Republic Police. So the question that I have, from the financial information, the intelligence reports that you get from the Financial Intelligence Unit, how do they assist you in terms of your investigations?
Thank you very much, Moderator. I want to begin by acknowledging and appreciating the seamless relationship that exists between the Financial Intelligence Unity and the law enforcement agents, starting with the Z entities, which is the Zimbabwe Revenue Authority, Zimbabwe Public Police, and Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission, of course, with our anchor, the NPA. I think that relationship is very critical for the enhancement of the work that we've been entrusted with. Effective financial investigations are an integral part of a broader crime strategy, and it requires comprehensive policy that integrates them into the work of law enforcement authorities. We've been working hand in glove with the Financial Intelligence Unity, receiving relevant intelligence that is critical for intrusive investigations in as far as addressing one of the major predicate offenses in as far as money laundering and financial crime is concerned. We do deal with tax evasion, which is a big scourge in the economy, not necessarily in our economy only, but the world over. And by its nature, it requires intelligence, which will help us to then conduct comprehensive and intrusive investigations. We appreciate and acknowledge receipt of that intelligence from Financial Intelligence Unity, and naturally, as a major agency for the nation, entrusted with the mandate to raise revenues for the fiscus, we remain indebted to such intelligence, which helps us in as far as mobilization of revenues is concerned. When we work on our audits and investigations, not talking about the compliance, when we have got such kind of intelligence, it is helping us to then have comprehensive investigations. With that relationship that we have with FIU, we do have reports that we do share, inward bound and outward bound. In as far as the STRs are concerned, they come with loaded information, some which come to complement the work that we'll be doing, and some of it will be new intelligence. And we also have got STRs that we do generate, because this is a two-way relationship. When we conduct our tax investigations, we do come across money laundering issues, and we do share also with the Financial Intelligence Unity, so that the money laundering aspect is also pursued. So In a nutshell, financial intelligence has been very useful in our investigations relating to financial crime, mainly tax evasion. I submit, moderator.
Okay, thank you. As ZAC, we are mandated to fight corruption. And corruption is a predicate offense. It also generates money laundering or process of crime. So basically, FIU really help us as an organization which enforces the law. In that, information we receive from the FIU is quite usable and also important in our investigations. As ZAC, we receive intelligence reports from the FIU through a secure network. And this information, it helps us as ZAC or as a law enforcement agent to conduct our investigations. And it is the information we utilize to initiate our investigations. It is of paramount of importance, the information or the intelligence we receive from the FIU, in that it guides us. And they help us also in coming up with even bank statements, which you cannot easily access without court orders. Even when we've already commenced our investigation on we receive from the complainants and also from our informants. We can also, during investigation, we can also approach FIU requesting them to further analyze information or data or bank statement for us, so that we have a solid case when you refer them to the National Prosecuting Authority. The FIU also, being a member of the Egmont and the SMLAC, also helps us in that they can assist us in when they conduct their sister organization in foreign jurisdiction, where we maybe might have identified maybe properties which are processes of crime. Then they can help us to at least look for evidence in those foreign jurisdictions, and also they can also help us to temporarily freeze assets or processes of crime in foreign jurisdictions. And as a ZAC, we feel that the coming in of FIU in our investigations has been a game changer, in that we are no longer doing the normal traditional way of carrying out investigations, but we are now doing it more like in a scientific way, where we prepare everything before we refer them to the NPA for court processes. So the importance of FIU in our investigation cannot be undermined. FIU to ZAC is a very critical component of the value chain.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the moderator and the House for affording me this opportunity. As Zimbabwe Public Police, we derive our mandate from Section 219 of the Constitution of Zimbabwe. And it is within this mandate that we are empowered to investigate cases. And I want to thank FIU for standing in between the public sector, that is the police, ZAC, Zimura, and other private sector players, such as banks, MTAs, in affording much needed financial intelligence. This intelligence has come in hand in solving most, if not all, of our money laundering investigations, as well as other related financial crimes. Like what has been alluded by my brother here, that gone are the days where investigators would go direct to the banks looking for information like so and so, does he have an account with you? But getting that information in those days, you would need to get a court order first. Then the bank will tell you that that person does not have an account. Then you go to another bank, doing the same process, getting a court order, and ask if that person has got an account. But with the advent of FIU, it's now easy. You just get that information as intelligence, then you approach the court with that intelligence, and you get that evidence from the private sector in real time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm sure you can all see, ladies and gentlemen, the critical role that the law enforcement fraternity plays in fighting financial crime, and that it is not just the law enforcement alone, but there is support through a value chain. The FIU has spoken about the support that they give to law enforcement, and we see the critical role that the private sector is actually playing in the fight against crime. Now, at the very end of the value chain, we have the National Prosecuting Authority. Here they rely on, you need to actually have evidence to be able to prosecute. So my question to the NPA, to Mr. Mabaudi, is maybe just give us an overview of your role in this whole value chain, your overview of your role as NPA.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. All protocols observed. As you all note, for a prosecutor to stand before the court, a lot would have happened. It is a relay, what goes on before a criminal is finally arraigned before a court of law. It starts with the private sector, goes to law enforcement agents during the gathering of evidence, and finally admissible evidence is gathered and a docket is submitted to National Prosecuting Authority. So in order for that to happen, there is a lot of collaboration that happens seamlessly and timely for that to happen. Banks have to, for example, banks have to provide bank statements which are properly authenticated, KYC information that has to be availed, and statements have to be recorded, and so forth and so on. So there is a lot of collaboration that has to happen, and then members of law enforcement agents have to pursue all the leads until a docket is brought together. In serious matters, in particular money laundering cases, there is need to act with urgency, with speed, otherwise evidence is interfered with. So that is where FIU comes handy, has already been noted. In serious matters, it is important that as a team we need to work together, and there is need for prosecution guided investigations, so that important areas of investigations are timely looked into. We move together. The National Prosecuting Authority won't be usurping the constitutional mandates of law enforcement agents at all, but we will be working together. We will merely be there to provide guidance in relation to evidence that would that needs to be secured quickly. Now, once admissible evidence has been gathered and has been availed, then the prosecution comes in, goes through the docket, it makes its decision. The prosecutor general will make a mind whether there is a prima facie case for that person to be arraigned before the court, and the trial will then take off. So it's either in this fight against money laundering, it's either we swim or sink together. If there is any victory, which is won at the end of the day in a court of law, it is our victory. It is not a victory for NPA or ZAC or ZRP or ZIMRA. Even the private sector players, they are playing a critical role. So they need to be very patient in providing information required, when they are called to come and attend court and give evidence whenever they are required to do. This is the kind of a relationship that can enable us to effectively, meaningfully mount a credible fight against the scourge of corruption, money laundering. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mabaudi has emphasized the need for cooperation between the whole value chain. It's just like a chain where if one of the components is broken, then there is actually a challenge. And so it shows how critical each and every person in the value chain is, so including the private sector. So I come back to the private sector. The question now is, I'm sure we talked about the movement of from the initial report that's submitted right through where we get to the evidence. So I'm going to pose my question first to Mr. Shikanda, then to Mr. Demba. In terms of the reports that you are submitting to the FIU, are you getting any feedback? Because my assumption is you would want to continue supporting the whole process. Are you getting any feedback? And if you're getting any feedback, how useful is it in terms of assisting you in identifying and reporting suspicious transactions?
Thank you, moderator. So to confirm, yes, we are getting feedback. I'm happy to announce that in August this year, 2025, we received feedback from the FIU that 7 of the suspicious transactions that we had reported had managed to become cases. These cases were then taken to the law enforcement agencies, and from there on, more can be done to fight this financial crime. So with such feedback coming to us, it means that the job that we're actually doing on the ground is actually helpful, is meaningful, and is being used. It's motivating when you know that you are making a positive contribution that is valuable. So with this kind of feedback, you are then motivated to not stop, but continue. Where you can, you go further than what the regulator needs you doing, and you do more. Thank you.
Thank you. I think just to add on, we received quite a number of feedback from FIU, especially on the STRs that we submit, even the other threshold reports that we submit to the FIU. The moment that you submit an STR, there is an auto-generated response that you get with the reference number and the details of the STR. So that information is critical for us because we can file it as evidence to show that we are also reporting STRs. Whenever our regulator comes to inspect, we can use that as evidence. We also capture that information in our internal database of STRs to say we have reported MAC, and the predicate offense was tax evasion, and that this is the reference number. So next time when I'm now reporting another STR that is linked to the same person, we have to check within our database on whether we did a report before on the same customer. The moment that we realize that there was a report that was filed, we can also capture that information on the second STR that we are submitting to FIU. So I think that information also assists them to really understand and to track the cases that have been submitted before on the same customer. We also do receive, I think, other feedback. I think my colleague has labored on it, especially escalation feedback, to say 34 of the STRs that you submitted, 7 were handed over to ZAC, the other 6 to ZIMRA. So from there, you can actually tell in terms of the risk profile of the institution to say, should we focus more on STRs maybe linked to tax evasion, because we've noted that quite a number have been escalated to ZIMRA. So that also assists us in terms of fine-tuning our transaction monitoring parameters to ensure that we continuously detect STRs, and also to come up with typologies that we can be able to use when we train our staff members on how to identify STRs, maybe linked to different predicate offenses. So from the banking sector, we have got our platform, the Bankers Association, Compliance Committee, where we also invite FIU to come and give us feedback on the STRs in terms of quality and quantity that we are reporting, and generally in terms of the predicate offenses and in which areas should we also improve. And then I think those platforms we also use to share information between ourselves and the regulator. And we have also noted that FIU, they do provide feedback to institutions on a one-on-one basis. They can come to the institution, they give feedback about the STRs, the CTRs, and the type of information that they are also receiving, areas of improvement, and how best we can work together to try and fight financial crime. So I think that information is very important, because it also allows us to really understand where our risk lies and which areas should we really concentrate on in terms of monitoring, and which controls should we also put in place to ensure that we prevent money laundering and terrorist financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for those insights. Mr. Mbata, are you happy with the reports that you're getting from the reporting entities? They've highlighted that you actually go back to them and tell them you have submitted what you have done with their cases, areas of improvement that are needed. Are you really happy then with the cases that you get? And maybe what areas of improvement do you think exist?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Over the period, recently we have noted a significant improvement in the quality of STRs that we are receiving from reporting entities. And it's very important for us, because now we see the reports being added that we are receiving as value, where we have sufficient information being provided by reporting entities, where they are able to profile their clients, they are able to identify the possible suspected criminal activity, which is very encouraging. And we attribute this to the continuous engagements that we have with the reporting entities, which we feel if it continues, it will really enhance the capacity of reporting entities to identify STRs and to report in line with their mandate. This is also evidenced in the timely manner in which reporting entities are sending STRs to us. At times they are so proactive when they see a suspected illegal activity or a suspected criminal activity, they report to us urgently, both formally and informally, which is very encouraging, because at times, as you are all aware, money moves very fast, and especially those involved in illicit financial activities, you would find if we don't act fast, the money will be gone before we know it. So we are very happy with the cooperation that we have with the reporting entities. They are continuously engaging us and giving us that information in a timely manner, and it's very relevant, and they are able now to contextualize what exactly is an STR, the separation between a false positive and a positive. They are now able to identify that this exactly is a suspicious activity, and they report to us. However, there is room for improvement. We now expect the next stage, where we now need to align the suspected STRs or criminal activities with the national risk assessment results. At times you would find there could be a mismatch, where the identified risk in terms of the national risk assessment and the reports we are receiving, there is a misalignment at times, which we now need to engage and really help each other to find a mechanism to be able to say, okay, if Zimbabwe identified these top 6 predicate offenses, is it also in line with their reporting? In that space, we see there is room for improvement for our reporting entities so that they are able to really understand the results of the national risk assessment, so that when they put in their mechanism or detection mechanisms, they are able to align with those results, which will show that as a country we are able to identify and understand our risks. In that space, I will also think there is room or scope for us as FIU to continuously engage with reporting entities, because we've also noted that of those reports that we are receiving, majority are coming from the banking sector, which means the other sectors, there is room for them to also improve. Because if you see, like if we go by the way of our economy, you see we have a majority of informalized transactions where cash is being, and the first pot or the placement of that that cash, we have noted an increase of criminals depositing or placing those criminal proceeds in the real estate sector, where they're buying properties using big amounts of cash. But then what the expectation is, then we expect that space now to also report such transaction where someone comes with huge sums of money to purchase a property. We expect an STR, or at least at the minimum a threshold report that this one is transacting with cash to this value. That space, we think there is room for us to, for participants, stakeholders, to improve on and understand that role. The same applies with our colleagues from the legal profession. You would see they receive those transactions also. They are aware of, because you can't buy an immovable property without the hand of the legal profession. So you would find they are also involved. So those sectors would expect that we receive STRs or at least threshold reports, so that at least we can follow up and understand what exactly is going on. Because remember, money laundering, it starts with the placement of those funds in the formal sector. And that placement stage, for us as analysts, is very critical, because we then pick it from there. Once it enters the formal system, we are able then to trace it. But if they then don't report, we will not be able to know about it or even do anything about it, because it will be cash. So same applies with those involved with illicit cross-border transactions. We need that same mechanism. We are very happy with the ZIMRA. They've come up there. We both send reports to them, but they also raise STRs to us, especially when there are people who are involved in movement of huge sums of money. They give us cross-border reports, which we then unpack and understand exactly what's going on. Then that way it helps us a lot. So it's those are the areas of improvement that we expect stakeholders to really try and see how best they can do to identify and report. Suspicion is a suspicion as it states. So whenever you suspect something, report to us, then we do the rest, other than just thinking that maybe my suspicion doesn't matter. To us it matters, because that's the starting point of our work, where we need to know and understand what is going on. I submit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mbata, for that insightful presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you see the work that's been done, especially the collaboration between the private sector as well as the FIU. Mr. Mbata here highlighted the improvements that need to be done, and I'm sure at the beginning of the session, our coordinator highlighted that we actually have representation from the DNFPPs, which shows the strides that we are making as a country in trying to ensure that each and every person, whether it be the private sector as well as the public sector, plays their role in the fight against financial crime. But maybe to pose a question to my colleagues from the law enforcement, do you really think as a country we are making progress in the fight against money laundering and other financial crimes? I will allow Superintendent Dafana to speak first, then Mr. Masimba and Mr. Piri.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, indeed, I can confidently say we have made a lot of strides in the fight against money laundering and other related financial crimes. However, this does not mean that our colleagues or our predecessors were not doing anything before. But what we've realized is a law enforcement subcommittee. We've seen that our national report was starved of information, had nothing, in fact, of our activities on the ground. So to cure that, we made a deliberate effort or a deliberate decision to come up with immediate outcome champions per each IO, of which we are responsible as the law enforcement agencies. That is IO1, IO2, IO5, 6, 7, up to 11. So we have identified immediate outcome champions per each law enforcement agent. That is Zimura, ZAC, police, NPA. We have immediate outcome champions in those agencies. And their duty now is to capture data in real time and populate our national report. And from the report which was presented here by Ms. Clara, I think if you still remember, it's a testament that law enforcement agencies are doing something in the fight against money laundering and related financial crimes. And we've also realized that there was limited capacity within our law enforcement agencies in this fight. And to respond to that, we have decided to come up with a financial investigations course, which will be run by the Zimbabwe Republic Police Staff College. And we have identified our experts within the law enforcement agencies from FIU, NPA, ZAC, police, who are already on the ground developing the curriculum for that course. So in the long run, this course will go a long way in capacitating the law enforcement agencies in the fight against money laundering and other related crimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Masimba.
Thank you, moderator. To add what Superintendent Davana have just said, I would safely say that Zimbabwe have made a lot of progress in the fight against financial crimes and money laundering. In that, Zimbabwe have put in place the legal and institutional framework in place. We have got the Money Laundering and Process of Crime Act in place, which is our Bible as the law enforcement agencies, which helps us fight crime and the money laundering. In terms of institutional framework, is that the existence of the asset forfeiture units. These are specialized or dedicated units in which have been established in all the law enforcement agencies, which are meant to pursue or to target process of crime. And I feel this is a great progress which have been done. And also, it is evident in terms of the convictions which have been made for money laundering and for predicate offense. And also, as the earlier on presented by Mr. Mtangadura, we have got successful civil forfeitures which have been registered through the high courts, which is also a great progress in terms of fighting money laundering. And also we've got the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which is a blueprint to fight corruption in Zimbabwe, which also advocates for stakeholder engagement, that is to include the public and the private sector in the fight against financial crimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piri.
Thank you very much, moderator. The beauty of speaking last is that you just wrap up what your colleagues have come up with. I think it's important to make reference also to the presentation that we received today from the Deputy Prosecutor General, which was emphasizing the need for cooperation and coordination, and it's critical that we do have such an arrangement as law enforcement agents as we fight against this gigantic scourge. But what is of paramount importance is that in doing that, there are three areas that are critical that we must have: legislation, procedures and processes. And as we do this work, we are guided by those, and there is enabling legislation to help us conduct our investigations. Yes, we acknowledge that we have made progress, because progress has got bus stops, and as we speak, we are at a certain bus stop and proceeding in as far as dealing with this scourge is concerned. So we can confidently say that we are progressing well in as far as our fight against this crime is concerned. But we cannot completely eradicate financial crimes and money laundering, but the measures being taken at the moment on those found in Mora, I think they are so punitive enough, and they've got an impact on compliance levels, and also to deter would be defaulters in as far as these offenses are concerned that cut across this spectrum, the predicate offenses and the actual money laundering. So we can confidently say that we are making good progress as a nation. I submit.
Thank you very much to the three gentlemen for highlighting the progress that we have made as a country in fighting crime in terms of investigations. And I'm sure from what they highlighted, they also highlighted an important area where they are already showing even the preparations that we are making as law enforcement fraternity for the mutual evaluation, which is coming up. And I'm sure Mrs. Wata highlighted yesterday when she was explaining the IOs, when she spoke about IOs 6, 7, and 8, the work that has been done, as well as the work that still needs to be done. My next question would be then to Mr. Mabaudi in relation to prosecutions. What are some of the gaps maybe that you see in terms of the challenges that we have for prosecutions relating to money laundering?
Thank you. In respect of predicate offenses, prosecutions throughout the country are going on well, because that is our daily activity. The only issue which is problematic, for which we are all gathered here, is in respect of the Money Laundering and Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 9.24, which deals in money laundering. Now, clearly there is a lack of training on the part of the players. I think there is need for all the players to be capacitated in terms of knowledge, because if you look at Section 8 of the Act, which provides for the offenses in respect of money laundering, there isn't that clarity, on the part of whether prosecutors, magistrates, and other players, in that some might think that it is not a serious offense. Some might think that charging it as a second count to predicate offense is some form of splitting of charges and so forth. So some might not even know the essential elements that have to be proved beyond reasonable doubt in order to sustain a charge of money laundering. So you might have read it in the papers that one can easily get a fine for it, or worse still, even maybe be cautioned and discharged, and then the person is then punished for the predicate offense. But money laundering is a very serious offense indeed. If you look at the penal clause, one is liable to be liable upon conviction to be sentenced to up to 500,000 United States dollars, or up to 25 years imprisonment, or such fine and imprisonment together. So that is how serious it is, viewed by the legislature, because it has to be dealt with immediately. So it is my plea that there is need for people to realize that it is a very serious offense, and there is need for urgency to tackle it, and there is need to see more often of that crime in our courts. In every court, there must be that crime. Where there's predicate offense, one has to think and agonize whether there is why there is no money laundering involved. So really, you find that it is our statistics in relation to money laundering crimes. There are not that many, though there are so many predicate offenses that are being committed. So indeed, training is the way to go, so that we are on the same wavelength. The other issue is the issue of maybe staff turnover. You train someone and the person is there for some time, and later that person is gone, and a lot of experience is lost in the process. So there is need for continuity in order to retain the experience that would enable us to fight the scourge of money laundering. And another gap which is there, which is also linked to the issue of training, is that we also need to really in our cases that we will present before the court, to see to it that there is a link between the property in question, whether that has to be forfeited, with a illegal activity that would have gone on, because the property has to be tainted or should be linked to terrorist activities. So that is how we can achieve. There are some precedents that have occurred, in the past, where such link could not be established. And another issue that is there, maybe the legislature may also look into, is that in terms of Section 70, the properties that may be tainted or seem to be tainted, in terms of the act, it doesn't act retrospectively. So any property which was acquired before the coming into force of the act cannot be touched. So in terms of Section 79 of the act. So these are some of the gaps which are there, where some persons have managed to escape. Some of you may know about the cases, some prominent cases where the state failed to establish its case against those persons because of that provision. So I think the act was promulgated in 2013. I think that is where it starts, I guess. So those are, there are quite other issues, but those are some of the gaps which are there, which are being encountered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mabaudi, for highlighting the gaps that we actually have in terms of achieving successful money laundering prosecutions. You emphasized the need for training, which is quite critical, and the need for continuity. And Superintendent Dafana earlier on alluded to the fact that a curriculum is actually being developed in terms of which will assist the value chain in terms of knowing more about money laundering, and it may then assist us in terms of achieving. And the work that we are currently doing in trying to achieve these then becomes critical. And coming on to the private sector, I have been tying you to the financial intelligence unit throughout this conversation, but looking at the whole value chain from our discussions that we have been talking about, are you happy with the collaboration that is happening within the value chain? Do you actually think you have a bigger role that you can play? I'll start with Mr. Demba and then I'll move on to Mr. Shikanda.
Thank you. It's always a trap when a regulator asks you, are you happy with working with me? And I've also noted that some of our colleagues here are law enforcement agencies. So all of us, we are criminals or potential criminals. So you can't say I'm not happy working with you, but it's always a tricky question. I'll answer that one at the end. But let me start maybe on the role that we are playing, to say we play a bigger role in terms of provision of financial intelligence unit. So yes, we do play a critical role, I think the biggest role, because we start with customer due diligence, where we are expected to collect adequate information. And that adequate information will also feed into the intelligence reports that we also submit. So which means if we fail to play our role very well in terms of KYC, in terms of record keeping, and also try to avoid tipping off, which means even the information that we are going to submit to the regulators, to these other law enforcement agencies, it should not be that meaningful information. So I think it starts with the obligations according to the Act. So we do play a critical role because it starts with us with the submission of an STR. Then these other team members, they can be able to do the investigations. Then in terms of are you happy? Yeah. During the tea break, I was telling someone that I'm happily married, and that person was saying, that's wrong English. Happy and marriage, they should not be in the same sentence. So I'm not sure whether, Ongai, should I borrow your words to say, am I happy working with the law enforcement agencies and the regulators? Can those words be in the same sentence? But I can just say we are not happy, but we are excited to work with you. Our relationship, especially with FIU, we have been working together, and we have developed, I think, to a certain extent, personal relationship, where we can even call them before we submit an STR to say, this is an STR that I'm preparing at the moment, but these are the issues that I've noted. Please also try to expedite the case, and these are the issues that I've noted. And that relationship also enable us to submit quite a number of STRs, and those STRs, and some of them, they've also been escalated to law enforcement agencies. We have been working with ZIMRA in terms of requests for information that they also want to check whether customers are they honoring their tax obligations. And we have got a very good relationship with them. They always send their requests through compliance with the police. We've also been working with them, and ZAC as well. So yeah, we are excited to continue to work together. Our main objective as the private sector, the law enforcement agencies, the regulator, is to fight financial crime. So as long as we are able to do that, we are happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shikanda.
Thank you. As we can see, the value chain, where it begins is where the private sector is. It's an exciting position. However, it's a stressful position as well. I'm sure we all know the term garbage in, garbage out. With such pressures, you are forced to ensure that the job that you do, the intelligence that you feed, is to the best of its quality. Otherwise, the job will be done, but with no results coming back at the end of the day. So the pressure is on the private sector to ensure that what they feed is accurate, is correct, has the right supporting evidence to it, so that they can further process it and achieve the ultimate goal of stopping the financial crimes. So in a nutshell, we are happy with where we are in the value chain. We are contributing, we are giving what we see, what we have, and the most exciting part is that we have the first-hand information. We are seeing what's happening in the market. We are interacting with the customers who are trying to commit these financial crimes, and it's our eyes that actually see what's happening on the ground. The regulator then just gets, a picture on the paper of what it is that's happening, but the private sector gets to see, gets to interact with these people, gets to understand, and then try and implement better measures that prevent such crimes. I'm sure there can't be any better position to be than where you can also try and put in your own measures that prevent these crimes from happening further, or from having your system abused by these perpetrators. So as for my organization, we are happy with where we are, because we get to understand the real events as they happen, what is being thought of by the people in front of us. Unfortunately, it's a small picture. The regulator then has the bigger picture of the entire event. We have a small snippet, they have the bigger view of what the market is actually doing in terms of these crimes. But we are playing our role in trying to stop, trying to avoid these issues from happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much for highlighting the bigger role that you actually play within this fight against money laundering and other financial crimes. I'm a moderator today, not regulator. So I'm not even going to look at you. You know, our old day moms would look at you with an eye, and you know what it means. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just going to be moderating today. So coming to you, Mr. Mbata, I'm not going to say, are you happy? But maybe let me rephrase. What are some of the challenges that you face in dealing with the law enforcement agencies?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Challenges vis-a-vis law enforcement. Right. With law enforcement, we work very well together. And maybe what I would assume could be challenges may not relate necessarily to their work, but administrative issues, background issues. Like, if I can talk of statistics, as you are aware, we are the central repository for statistics in the value chain. Then the gathering of those statistics, the state in which they are stored, maybe they suit their requirements, but at times they don't then suit in the format that we would want, and the rate at which then they come, like Dafana alluded to on the IOs. As we work with the IOs in preparation for their assessment, you would find there are certain statistics that we require from law enforcement agencies, but because of this how the data sets are structured, at times it becomes very difficult to extract to meet our requirements. So then we devised a system of a process of crime tool, which we are trying to then create that framework where the data can easily be shared, the statistics can easily be shared. I think that's the area of challenges that I can think of where we might need to improve and really get to a point. Like I liked the presentation from Mr. Matekete from Old Mutual, where he alluded to the issue of centralizing data and its accessibility. I think this is what will then help us in the process of collecting statistics so that we have up-to-date and accurate statistics. I think I submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mbata, for highlighting the critical issue of statistics, which I believe you have also highlighted the work that you're doing in trying to ensure that we always have up-to-date, accurate statistics. My next question I will ask to the law enforcement. I'll start with Mr. Piri, then Mr. Masimba, then Superintendent Dafana. During investigations of money laundering and other financial crime, tell us about the support you get from the FIU. Do you think that the support you're getting is adequate? And additionally, are you getting any direct support from the private sector?
Thank you very much, moderator. We are receiving the maximum support from FIU, and during our investigations, if you notice that there are gaps in as far as the reports that we've received from FIU, the STRs, we always have space and room to request for the amplification of that intelligence so that it's more telling in as far as the work that we'll be doing is concerned. So I can safely acknowledge that we are getting the information that we require from FIU. And we also have got a mechanism where we do give them feedback, and when they submit STRs, where they throw questions to us to say, is the information adequate? Is there any area where you need improvement? Or have you been dealing with this information? So we do respond. It's another mechanism that to respond and to get more information in as far as intelligence is concerned. And again, we work with the very useful and lively platform, the GoAMO, to share and request this information. When it comes to private sector, I think like it has already been acknowledged by Mr. Demba that we work so well. And in our investigations, when we get mostly to the tail end of them, when we now need that which matters most, the paper that matters most, there are times when we then have to utilize the last resort in as far as our collection measures are concerned. And the banks are there to assist us when we place our AAs, the appointment of agents, which is commonly known as the garnish order. So we work so well in as far as that space is concerned. And third-party verifications, where we need to do some third-party verifications in our investigations, the private sector also come in handy at the backdrop of the provisions that are within the Acts that we administer, that gives us the room and space to then do such probings. So in that respect, we're getting the support that we need from the private sector and also from FIU. I submit.
Thank you, Mr. Masimba.
Thank you, moderator. I can safely say that we are getting maximum support from the FIU when we are conducting our investigations, because when we are carrying out investigations, when we feel that we require certain information which you cannot easily get without a warrant, we usually approach the FIU so that they can do those searches for us. They help us with the travel history, where they search with the immigration. They also help us with the beneficial ownership information, and also they can approach to Zimbabwe on our behalf. so that you can get necessary information which will be required from all of the organizations. And also, during our investigations, the FIU also encourages us as law enforcement agents to conduct our investigations jointly where they feel that the investigation is a complex investigation which require different types of expertise. So usually they disseminate all the intelligence to maybe to ZAC and the ZRP, advising us that we must also do a joint operation. And this has resulted in successful investigation and also which has resulted in convictions of accused persons. So basically we can safely say that FIU is helping us a lot when we are conducting our investigation. In terms of the private sector, they also help us. Once we obtain a warrant of search of seizure, you don't have a problem with the private sector. When you approach the financial institutions, once we have got the order, they will help us, they give us the information which we want. So as far as the private sector is concerned, we don't have any problems with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Simba. Just to add on what has been said by my colleagues, let me continue to praise and applaud our relationship with the FIU, especially in the provision of intelligence. And I also want to categorically state that the information we get from FIU is just intelligence, and it cannot be used in a court of law. But the most exciting fact about it is we get it anytime we want. These days, even Mr. Gaba, Mr. Mkoi, they can just say, Mr. Dafana, just call us. Then you send a formal request letter. And they would act upon that phone call request, which is a milestone achievement. On the private sector side, that is where we get evidence for court purposes. And Mr. Masimba has rightly said that that is when we use court orders through the CP&E Act or the Man Laundering in Process of Crime Act. And obviously, if it is an order, they oblige. However, maybe I can just put it as a plea that in future they need to attach seriousness and also to act in a speedy way so that we quickly submit dockets to the National Prosecuting Authority for prosecution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Dafana. Thank you so much, colleagues, for your responses. I will ask my last question to Mr. Mabaud as we come. As I can see, the MC is already standing up and looking at me with that eye. So I will ask my last question to Mr. Mabaudi. What are the legal and practical challenges in obtaining final confiscation or civil forfeiture orders for proceeds of crime? How can the system be strengthened to ensure successful confiscations of proceeds of crime?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This area of confiscation orders, the whole process involves persons who are moneyed. So you will find out that they are capable of hiring lawyers, challenging processes in courts, processes they will be challenged at every turn. Now, but before we get there, investigations, they take long because their evidence has to be gathered. Investigations may be done locally or it may be extra territorial investigations. When paper trail of properties or money involved is being followed, money is being followed, it takes time. And it also takes time for the property to be linked to a criminal activity or linked to terrorist activities. So for one to get to the stage of getting the final confiscation order, it takes time. Then there is the docket is finally brought to National Prosecuting Authority. The fights will start happening in courts. You go to High Court, the processes are challenging, you may get a default order, they apply for rescission of such decisions, and then it might take years. They might even appeal up to Supreme Court to raise constitutional issues. So that takes time for such matters to be concluded. But the process has to be done. So, yes, like I highlighted before, there are issues to do with Section 79, that Section 79 pertaining to the issue of pertaining to the law aspect of it, then Section 8, subsection 6 as well, that the legislature has to attend to. So really, I'm sure if many cases are brought before the courts, the process will take off. Cases are finalized. Some processes, although they take long, but they will eventually be finalized. So yes, there are hurdles, but that is the nature of the crime. It involves people who have money to challenge every turn of events as during investigations and during prosecution of such matters. But despite that, progress is being made by NPS Asset Forfeiture Unit headed by the DPG, Mr. Mtangadura. Victories are being won. He chronicled some of the victories that are of note that were made in the past. So yes, it can be done, despite the legal hurdles and challenges that are encountered. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mabaudi, for highlighting the challenges as well as for emphasizing that all the hurdles can actually, the challenges that we face, we can actually win. So, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our panel discussion. I'm sure from our discussion you noted how important each and every player plays, the critical role that each and every player plays, starting with the private sector right through to the end of the value chain where we have the National Prosecuting Authority. So I would like to thank all of you for listening to the panel discussion, and we come to the end of the discussion. Thank you. I'll give my mic to the MC so as to allow him to moderate the time for the questions. I didn't want to take the time because I think our time is limited, so I'll allow him to moderate on the time. Thank you.
I think I will entertain just 2 questions, burning questions. Yes, there is a lady and who didn't speak yesterday. Okay, it's just ladies today. Sorry, gentlemen. Our lawyer, can you pose the first question quickly? Straight to the question, please.
Okay, thank you very much for
the microphone is coming.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Sandra from Bera Masamba. My question is directed to the NPA, the FI. I just wanted to find out, because criminals in general, they usually... Thank you so much. As I indicated earlier, my question is directed to the FIU, the Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption, and the NPA. So generally, we know that criminals, they usually take or move money in seconds using cutting-edge technology. But intelligence sometimes takes months, weeks, or days, just like investigations or prosecution. It usually takes months, weeks, or days. How is the FIU, the Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption, and the NPA coordinating to ensure that justice moves faster enough to ensure that money laundering is being kept at the speed of crimes? Are there any innovations? Are there any cutting-edge technology? Because surely we also need to move faster so that criminals don't end up or keep on laundering money, because we just need to catch them before they finish either their tea break, maybe in Dubai.
Wow, okay. So who will respond before she finishes asking the question? We want to see the speed we address. Who is responding? I think I'll just pick one. Who will respond? Okay. It's your mic. That's okay. Proceed.
Thank you. I think in terms of how fast are we to at least try to ensure that the processes are not disposed or they do not dissipate. Usually what we do through the FIU, we can just request the FIU to, maybe if funds are maybe in a foreign jurisdiction, we can just request the FIU to get in touch with their sister organization or sister FIU in that jurisdiction so that they can quickly put a temporary freeze, which is maybe valid maybe for some certain days or months. Then once we are actually applying for a court order so that those funds can be frozen through court orders.
Thank you. All right. The next question. Yes, ma'am. You need this.
I'll ride on the protocols already observed and say good afternoon to you all. My name is Venranda Munyoro, Attorney General's Office. My question is to the FIU. I'm just curious. There's been a boom in the development of townhouses. And I note that the real estate sector is not represented. I'm not sure whether they didn't attend or they are just not here today. But I wanted to find out whether you are receiving any reports from that sector in terms of how properties are being purchased, because I think there's a trend where sellers of properties themselves actually demand cash payments and not bank transfers. So I wanted to find out from the FIU whether you do receive any notifications from that sector and whether you are doing something about it.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that question. Yes, we are receiving reports from the sector and we action on them. We have cases that we have already gone through the court processes. In some cases we have won. However, there is a room for improvement, especially if you look at the nature of that sector. Some are one-man band, some are two box offices whom we may not really be under our purview and they may not really align with the requirements. So yes, we are doing work, and that's why if you follow DG, Mr. Deputy Director General, Mr. Ncube, alluded to the fact that we are really going into the sector to really find out a way to ensure they report and they abide by their obligation. I thank you.
Can I pose another question, sir? My other question, I'm not sure whether it's going to be the National Prosecuting Authority or the ZRP that are going to answer this question. It's in connection with tax evasions. I don't know how much you're collaborating with ZIMRA and whether you have the expertise to prosecute, to investigate tax evaders, not your usual Guineas who fail to pay duty on vehicles, but rather the corporates who are not paying tax. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Let me take it. As ZRP or investigative agents, we have the capacity through our sister agencies, like ZIMRA. So whenever you are carrying such an investigation, you need that expert report from the person who, or an expert who is in that field. So you don't just take a case to NPA without a report from ZIMRA articulating how the crime was committed. So ours is just to compile a docket with credible evidence which prosecution will then take it up on to trial. So we have the capacity as law enforcement agencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, because of our time, we need to end it here. If we have burning questions, I suggest and kindly ask that we take them down, we write them down rather, and we submit to the Secretariat so that responses will be given. And I think we have had some engagements. I think yesterday was our highest, about 830 something views on our YouTube page, the FIU YouTube page. That shows that people were engaged. Perhaps we can actually create responses in video, the FIU, to these questions, and then they will post them there so that we can also watch and share. So I think that would be my humble request. I believe you understand for the sake of our time. We want to thank you so much, Mr. Mkoi, for facilitating this panel discussion, and for our panelists, thank you very much for having made it. Let's give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. You can go back to our seats. We want to quickly round up the program of the past 2 days. So I took note as the panelists were also making responses that there was an issue of expertise, skills that might be required in some critical areas. So apparently I am the spokesperson of a new ministry called the Ministry of Skills Audit and Development. I know some of you have heard this for the first time and you are wondering, what does it do? It's actually, the acronym is MOSAD. M-O-S-A-D, one S. It's just one S. So if you feel there are areas that you need some critical audits in terms of skills, I request that you talk to me. We sit down and we see how we can come in. Our work is to audit the skills and capabilities that we have as Zimbabweans in the public and private sectors, so that we get to Vision 2030, we get to Vision 2075, Agenda 2063, and beyond. So we are not restricted to government only, we also work with the private sector in any of the other sectors and subsectors. So you can get in touch with me, and I was actually thinking an MOU could actually be done between the FIU and MOSAD. MOSAD, again, is M-O-S-A-D, not the terrorist. You'll be accused of collaborating with terrorists. So you can get in touch, you can talk to me, and we can, in any other sectors, if you wish to do a skills audit, that's what we are doing. We will talk more when we meet. So I thought I should make that intervention. And ladies and gentlemen, because of our time, I'm going to quickly ask the next items to be done as expeditiously as possible. Allow me to invite our representative from KEBS to come and make their presentation. But while they are coming, there is a QR code that is going to be beamed on our screens. I kindly ask each and every one of us to scan that QR code, is for us to be able to give feedback regarding this two-day conference. Our views, perhaps experiences, the feedback that we believe is critical to improve on our next conference and our next engagement. So let's scan that, go to your mobile phone, you scan the QR code, and then you respond to the questions that will be posed in the forms there. Thank you very much, those of us who are already scanning the QR code, as I invite KEBS to come and make their presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me... Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to ride on protocols already established. I'm Crispin Nemnyazo. I'm from KEBS, the regional manager for the Southern region. It's really been a pleasure for Old Mutual and KEBS to be part of Zimbabwe's 4th public-private sector dialogue conference. We are also excited, ladies and gentlemen, to be sponsoring the cruise today for you, the delegates here. That cruise will give us an opportunity to connect and explore ways to actually build value for our institutions and ourselves in our individual capacities. So we are looking very much to that engagement, ladies and gentlemen, later on today. So at KEBS, just maybe to talk briefly about KEBS. So we help businesses manage their operations seamlessly, assisting businesses to receive local, international payments, and also making internal and also offshore payments in multiple currencies through our network of correspondent banks. We can even pay even in the Chinese yuan and all the other currencies. Our exchange control specialists are always on hand to provide expert advice when needed. We also support personal banking needs by offering a full suite of solutions, including savings and current accounts, debit and credit cards. We also can give personal loans and various types of personal loans, ladies and gentlemen, including even mortgage loans, what we've always been known for, but also other personal loans for other needs. And these are tailored to our individual needs. And also, ladies and gentlemen, you've all heard about the Omari wallet, which is our convenient, secure digital platform for digital transactions. For businesses, we provide overdrafts, short-term and medium-term loans, offshore financing, and investment banking solutions raise equity and capital. KEBS is part of the Old Mutual family, and through Old Mutual, we are able to offer short-term and long-term insurance solutions. So in short term, we are offering, insurance for your vehicles, for your houses, and other movables. And then on the long-term side, we're able to offer funeral policies, funeral cash plans, pension plans, and also term plans, and also even investment solutions to grow your wealth so that you can ensure peace of mind. So we really want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for welcoming us to this value-adding conference. We have actually learned a lot, and we've gained very valuable insights in terms of how we as a financial institution can also continue to play our part in the fight against money laundering and all the financial crimes. We look forward to continuing the conversations, building lasting partnerships, and serving you and your businesses. So as we go on to the boat cruise, ladies and gentlemen, today, let's continue to engage. Let's continue to discuss. We do have Old Mutual and KEBS employees who are here so that we can continue talking business and continue engagements. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you so much.
Thank you, KEBS. Up next, I'm going to invite for closing remarks from the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion, Ms. Portia Mtetwa. And while she makes her way, I want you to also know, okay, just a second, Ms. Mtetwa. I want you to know that the boat cruise that, maybe you can take a seat briefly. The boat cruise that was mentioned by KEBS will take place after. Okay, so you can just take a breather, ma'am. Okay. I was saying the boat cruise is at 4 p.m., the pickup for the boat cruise. So those who are going for the boat cruise, you should be here at this hotel at 4 p.m. with your national ID. We are going to collect your biometrics and take you to the boat cruise. So bring your ID. Bring your ID, okay, and be ready at 4 p.m. I'm going to invite a representative of EcoCash to give us, this is a commercial break. We'll be back with Ministry of Finance after these messages. EcoCash. EcoCash. This is the moment you dial *151 and because SSD code running.
Was born and the family group chat.
The SSD code is running.
Makorokoto messages. EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When
thank you,
dreams
Director
took
of Ceremonies,
flight,
and
school
allow me
fees
to
were paid
write
for
on the
little
protocol
ones
that
starting grade 1.
established yesterday. So as EcoCash, we want to thank you for this conference as we drive action towards a high-level AML CFT effectiveness. So EcoCash is now more than just a service provider. EcoCash has officially transitioned into a way of life. Would like to believe that everyone is an EcoCash user here. Is there anyone who does not have an EcoCash account? Yeah, we should actually start penalizing people for not having EcoCash accounts because it is a way of life. All right, so EcoCash, you can do a lot with EcoCash. You can show love to your loved ones by sending them money. You can actually buy your airtime and data through EcoCash. You can actually receive funds from the diaspora through EcoCash, and you can cash out for free at thousands of cash out points nationwide. You can also make payments and pay bills. You can also do seamless transactions between your bank and your wallet. You can also send and receive through all banks via the Zipit platform. You can also pay your school fees for your children via EcoCash. If you're in a tight fix, you can actually borrow from the EcoCash Kashagi product. If you're thinking of a holiday, or if you want to pay for your entertainment, your music streaming, movie streaming, you can actually subscribe using the EcoCash MasterCard. Ladies and gentlemen, dial *151 or download the EcoCash app on the Google Play and the Apple App Store to enjoy secure, instant, and convenient transactions. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. That's EcoCash. As you can make your loved ones happy. Men, kufadza madzimai, EcoCash. Okay, use EcoCash to make your loved ones happy. KEBS, do you give Lobola loans? I was just thinking, I saw a report that said men are shying away from paying Lobola these days. Is that a fact, ladies? Is that a fact? Oh, there's one. Okay, we'll talk to you later. If you're a guy, you're a gentleman of marriageable age and you have not been able to pay Lobola, go and see KEBS. I'm sure they have a package for you. We can't be a country without Lobola being paid. Okay, thank you very much. Now from Ms. Portia Mtetwa, please do come forward to give us your closing remarks. She is from the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion.
Okay, allow me to write down the protocol observed. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, it's afternoon, actually afternoon. All right. Okay, despite being short and small, I'm representing the Minister or the Minister of Finance. So please. Okay. So I'll start my remarks by recognizing the Honorable Acting Governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, the Deputy Prosecutor General, Honorable Chris Mtangadura, the Chairperson of the National Anti-Money Laundering Advisory Committee, Ms. Vizi Fudzi, the Director General of FIU, Mr. Oliver Peresa, our esteemed international guests, including Mr. Ishmael, the name Ishmael Momo, I'll say Momo, and Mr. Clement Kapalu from Zambia, Ms. Benevola Otieno from Isamlag, senior government officials, head of regulatory bodies, distinguished presenters, panelists, and speakers, representatives from financial institutions and private sector, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development, Investment Promotion, it is my distinct honor to stand before you at the conclusion of this immensely productive two-day dialogue running under the theme Consolidating Progress and Driving Action Towards a High-Level AML-CFT Effectiveness. I wish to begin by echoing the Acting Governor's initial challenge to our nation to move from unintentional complicity to conscious compliance. The discussions over these past 2 days have been a direct and powerful response to that call. We have moved beyond simply defining money laundering to rigorously debating how we can together build a system that is not just technically compliant, but truly effective in combating it. The insights shared have been invaluable. From our partners from South Africa and Zambia, we gained crucial regional perspectives. The deep dives into our national risk assessment, the centralized KYC initiative, and the pivotal role of cooperation have provided a clear roadmap. The panel discussions and preventive measures and on investigations and prosecutions were not just theoretical exercises. They are practical, solution-oriented sessions that identifies the very levers we must put to enhance our national effectiveness. This dialogue has underscored one fundamental truth, which the governor also emphasized. This is a collective responsibility. It is not the FIU's fight alone, nor the RBZ, nor the National Prosecuting Authority. It is a fight that requires every single one of us, from the largest bank to the smallest designated non-financial business, from the regulator to the reporting entity, on the front line. The timing of this conference could not be more crucial. As we look ahead to the 2026 mutual evaluation by SAMLEC, we are no longer being tested solely on the laws we have written, but on the tangible results we have achieved. The focus is on effectiveness, on how well our robust frameworks are working in practice to deter, detect, and disrupt financial crimes. The consequences of inaction are clear. We have lived through the strain of being grey-listed. We have felt the chilling effect of our financial sector through the loss of corresponding banking relationships. We have worked too hard and come too far to ever risk going down that road again. Therefore, my charge to you as we depart from this magnificent setting is to translate these deliberations into decisive action. To the regulators, ensure supervisory practice are risk-based and outcome-focused. To the financial institutions and private sector, embed a culture of compliance, go beyond box ticking, understand the why behind the regulations, and implement them with conviction. To our law enforcement and prosecution agencies, use the financial intelligence to receive, to investigate thoroughly, and prosecute successfully, securing the confiscation of the proceeds of crime. The partnership forged and strengthened here in Victoria Falls should become the engine that drives our national effort. Let us move forward, not as separate entities, but a unified, determined coalition. In closing, the Ministry wishes to extend its profound gratitude to the Financial Intelligence Unit and the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe for organizing this pivotal national event. We would also want to thank all the sponsors, moderators, presenters, our regional participants, and each one of you for your active and engaged participation. The work continues. Let us carry the momentum from this dialogue back to our respective offices and boardrooms. Let us drive the action necessary to secure financial stability, secure and prosperous Zimbabwe for all. With that, allow me to say this fourth public sector dialogue on anti-money laundering and financial crime is officially closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mutetwa, representing the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion. Yes, we appreciate the closing remarks and the official closure of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, up next to give us a vote of thanks, Mr. O. Chiperesa, Director General in the Financial Intelligence Unit, FIU.
Okay, I was thinking now the minister has officially closed the ceremony. I wasn't sure where this will fit in. But yes, outside the closure, I think there are quite a lot of people to thank for how this conference has gone. So firstly, Madam Acting Governor, allow me to write on the protocols that have already been observed, especially as this is not my first time to be taking the podium. My task this time is to stand up and appreciate all the people who have made this conference this tremendous success that it has been, from stakeholders who provided resources for the conference, sponsors and partners who have contributed resources as well, those who have contributed expertise, and those who have worked tirelessly in the background. Allow me to start by thanking you, Acting Governor, Dr. J.T. Speaker, for availing yourself not just to preside over the official opening as guest speaker, but for staying on, participating and following the discussions with keen interest. Acting Governor, we truly appreciate your presence, participation, and support. I wish to thank our chairperson for the National Task Force on Anti-Money Laundering, National Anti-Money Laundering Advisory Committee. I am the chairperson of the National Task Force, but I want to thank the chairperson of the Anti-Money Laundering Advisory Committee, Madam Varaidzo Fudzi, for being with us, also delivering words of wisdom and encouragement in your opening remarks, and then also being with us from start to the end. In the same vein, I wish to thank Mr. Farai Masendu, who is the only other member of the National Anti-Money Laundering Advisory Committee, apart from the chairperson, to have made it to this conference. I know as NAMLAC members, the two of you, you focus on AML safety policy issues. I'm confident, however, that you're staying through the sometimes technical presentations has provided you with deeper insights into where we are in terms of the maturity of our AML safety regime. I'm sure you have noted that while we have made progress in some areas, the work that still needs to be done is the bigger and harder part, with some of the issues requiring interventions at higher policy levels. I now turn to thank my brother, Chris Mutangadura, the newly appointed Deputy Prosecutor General, for gracing us with his presence and with his insightful presentation on the importance of collaboration in the various dimensions, from domestic inter-agency cooperation to public-private partnership, then to regional cooperation. I'm not sure where he is, but I've known Chris and seen him grow up since he was my student, rising through from junior prosecutor until his recent appointment to the position of Deputy Prosecutor General. I wanted to congratulate him in his presence for that elevation, well-deserved elevation, but I hope he's live streaming and hearing us if he's outside. I now wish to extend heartfelt thanks and appreciation to my brother Clement Kapalu and your team from the Zambia Financial Intelligence Center, who gracefully accepted to be part of the 2025 PPSD, thus giving the conference a regional flavor. Our Zambia colleagues were here not just for the PPSD, but also for a joint workshop on administrative sanctions enforcement, which we held in the 2 days preceding this conference. We learned a lot together during the workshop and exchanged experiences and insights on how we can strengthen our respective AML safety regime. I look forward to continuing and strengthen the collaborative relationship between our FIUs. Thank you, Clement. Again, in the spirit of regional cooperation and peer learning, I wish to thank Ismail Momoniat, or Momo. I think I wish all those who had tongue twisters have shorter names like Momo. That's an easy one. For his insightful and thought-provoking presentation that afforded us a close-up view on South Africa's progress and challenges in the journey to strengthen their AML safety regime. I was particularly struck by the similarity between our countries in some of the challenges and that we have to navigate. Of course, the only difference being that Momo presented the challenges with a frankness that a sitting DG of the FIU with still some years to run in his contract might not be able to master. But it may also be to do that. Momo is now a retired civil servant, and the risks are not that high. Let me also thank Manette and Kelvin. Manette, take note, I said Manette and Kelvin. I didn't say Kevin and Manette. I said Manette and Kevin. I know you, and I'm quite sure you appreciate this. So let me thank Manette and Kevin, who are also our South African neighbors, for the resoundingly successful first of its kind AML safety joint FIU-IOBZ compliance masterclass that they facilitated earlier in the week, and for staying on to participate in our PPSD. Again, I cannot ever emphasize the importance of leveraging on insights and experiences of other countries, especially countries in our region that have similar or shared challenges and contexts. Such is the passion with which Manette and Kevin approach their work that on a few occasions I actually feared they were almost coming to blows. But I then realized that the delegates really appreciated their mode of delivery, and the feedback we got from the conference is very impressive. Thank you very much for that. We look forward to continued engagements with you. I now turn to Ms. Otieno. I've now finally hacked, where is she? A way to pronounce your name. I realized she has a surname. So the first name, despite it being written here, I'm still struggling to pronounce it, and being very beautiful and simple as well, but I still struggle to pronounce it. But thank you. Ms. Otieno, for answering the call of duty at relatively short notice to participate and contribute in all the 3 events that we held this week. That is the AML CFT Compliance Masterclass that I alluded to earlier on, then the joint workshop that we held with our Zambian counterparts, and then finally this PPSD. You are probably the only one I saw actually attending and then participating actively in all 3, and 2 of them were happening at the same time. I don't know how we managed that, but thank you so much, and we also thank the Executive Secretary for affording you the opportunity to be here with us. I'm sure we agree she did a wonderful job yesterday as moderator. I was expecting some soft and easy approach to the panelists, but instead what I saw were very difficult questions that were being asked of the panelists, which I then understood that you wanted to give us a feel of how it is going to feel like when we are actually being grilled by the assessors. So I hope we take note. They don't come to ask you questions to make you shine. They ask very difficult questions, and that is what Madam Otieno was trying to give us a glimpse of. Next, I thank all the presenters, moderators, and panelists who contributed to the robust and engaging discourse in the course of the conference. I was particularly challenged by the presentation on eKYC delivered by the Old Mutual CEO, Sem Matsekete. Realizing that there are private sector players who are so advanced in conceiving and sharing their vision of what the future of KYC and customer due diligence should look like in our country. The presentation challenged us as regulators and policymakers to come on board sooner rather than later and provide policy direction and leadership on this critical aspect of AML safety that can potentially revolutionize AML safety compliance as well as financial inclusion. There would have been no PPSD without okay, right, so there would have been no PPSD without support of the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion. Our ministry, as they often do, paid for the conference facilities costs, as they have consistently done since the inaugural PPSD. For this year, they went further to cover the accommodation costs of some of our participants from government. The consistent support and commitment by the minister is highly appreciated. Let's give them a round of applause. Madam Acting Governor, we also appreciate the additional resources that the Reserve Bank availed to complement what was provided by the ministry, including support staff who have been part of the logistics team. I then thank the various sponsors and partners who have taken care of the social side of things to help us relax on the sidelines after discussing serious matters, but also allowing the discussions to continue in more informal, relaxed settings. which I say sometimes that's where even more effectiveness is achieved in terms of cooperation. I heard some of the panelists talking here to say, no, I just raise a phone call and then tell the FIU guys that I'm sending an STR, and maybe can you please freeze this account before I send you a formal notice. Those are the informal relationships that you build on the sidelines of such occasions, and it was facilitated by some of our sponsors who took care of those social sides. There were some sponsors and partners who contributed in cash as well, which has covered some of the logistical issues, including bringing in the experts that we brought in from other countries who presented. So we also fully appreciate that. I reserve special thanks to Kuda and his organizing team. Where is Kuda? Yes, I reserve this. Yeah. To Kuda and the organizing team that have been working tirelessly and diligently from behind the scenes, starting months ago up to the time we started and now ending the conference. It is all too easy to take for granted or not notice the amount of work that goes on both before the conference kicks off as well as what goes on behind the scenes during the conference itself. I've been receiving all the credit in the corridors, people saying, DG, you have done a great job. I've tried not to deflect those compliments, but my task was a much easier one in simply receiving updates and encouraging the team to go on. So thank you very much. I do not want to leave out members of the media who joined us to cover the conference. I'm not sure if they are still here. We do not underestimate the important role that they play in educating, informing, and spreading awareness to the nation on issues that affect us all. I thank you for that job that you continue to help us raise awareness. Of course, I'm not going to leave the podium without thanking our DC, the Director of Ceremonies, for today and yesterday, Justin, or JM as I heard him being called. He has done a great job in smoothly and seamlessly steering the program in his unique and easygoing manner. Personally, I was impressed by the way he mastered the subject matter of the conference. Let's give him a round of applause. Lastly, but not least, I thank each and every one of you for finding time and resources, whether you paid for them from your own pocket or availed by your employers, to attend and participate at this conference. I'm confident you got value for your investment, and I also am confident that as you go back, as we all go back to our stations, we are all going to be able to achieve measurable outcomes arising from the lessons learned and insights gained during the conference. I thank you all once again and wish you enjoyable rest of your stay here, and thereafter safe and pleasant travel home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. There isn't much for me to say except to say thank you, everyone, and also for making my stay here very enjoyable and comfortable. I had a good time. I believe we'll be together again next year. I'm booking myself in advance. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If you check your times, it's about 4 minutes past 1. It's time for lunch. We are going out for lunch, and we'll be meeting here at 4 p.m. for the boat cruise. Remember to bring your IDs, and let's go out there and enjoy. God bless you, everyone. Bye-bye. Let's continue with scanning the QR code and forwarding our comments. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
global financial markets. In Zimbabwe, over $6 billion has been lost to money laundering in the last 5 years. The country was once placed on the Financial Action Task Force grey list due to identified gaps in its money laundering and counter-terrorism financing framework. According to the International Monetary Fund, grey listing by the FATF leads to a significant decline in a country's capital inflows of 7.6% of GDP. This includes reductions in foreign direct investment by about 3%, portfolio inflows by 2.9%, and other investment inflows by 3.6%. Grey listing creates uncertainty, prompting banks and investors to pull back, limiting access to capital and slowing economic growth. However, in February 2022, after implementing significant reforms, Zimbabwe was officially removed from the grey list. This milestone marked a turning point, and since then, the country has continued to demonstrate sustained commitment to combating money laundering and the financing of terrorism.
Zimbabwe is going to be assessed come 2026 under the SAMLAG third round of mutual evaluation. And His Excellency the President has mandated that he doesn't want the country to enter the grey list again of the FATF countries, of non-compliant countries.
Reflecting this progress, Zimbabwe's Financial Intelligence Unit was reviewed by the Egmont Group, and Zimbabwe was formally admitted as a full member, a milestone that strengthens its capacity for international cooperation and reinforces confidence in its financial systems. This commitment has also reflected locally with the hosting of the Public-Private Sector Dialogue, PPSD, on anti-money laundering and financial crime by the Financial Intelligence Unit of Zimbabwe.
This gathering represents a critical milestone in strengthening our collaborative efforts to combat money laundering, terrorists, and proliferation financing in our region. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to FIU Zimbabwe for hosting this significant event.
In October 2022, Zimbabwe held its first ever Public-Private Sector Dialogue. The conference brought together delegates from government institutions, regulators, financial institutions, law enforcement agents, and businesses. For the first time, public and private players sat side by side, sharing insights on partnership models, money laundering and terrorist financing emerging threats, and exploring solutions to combat financial crime. In 2023, the dialogue evolved to embrace the application of advanced technologies, including artificial intelligence, to combat financial crime.
We do not intend this forum to be a mere talk show. Our intention is to ensure that we come up with implementable operational measures as well as policy recommendations.
Delegates focused on strengthening Zimbabwe's AML-CFT systems through smarter tools, better analytics, and more proactive approaches to emerging threats.
The technological advancements and the increased access to the internet has exposed financial institutions, businesses, and the general population to increased financial crime risks such as cyber fraud, email scams, bank card cloning, and account hacking, among other crimes. While technology brings about increased financial crime risk, technology also has the potential to provide solutions to mitigate these risks.
By 2024, the PPSD's focus expanded to improving transparency of legal persons and legal arrangements, ensuring that ownership structures and corporate frameworks could not be exploited for illicit activities. Discussions centered on availability of beneficial ownership information in Zimbabwe and the steps required to enhance its accessibility for both the public and private sectors, while continuing to promote collaboration and capacity building across public and private sectors. Over the past few years, this dialogue has shown that collaboration is essential to detect and prevent financial crime, and that capacity building and shared expertise across sectors is critical to staying ahead, protecting our economy, and safeguarding the future of every Zimbabwean. As of 2024, Zimbabwe is now compliant with FATF's 37 out of 40 recommendations, a clear signal of progress and determination.
Zimbabwe embraces international anti-money laundering standards that are designed to ensure transparency of companies and trusts, to prevent criminals from hiding behind corporate veils, commit or conceal illicit activities. Zimbabwe is currently rated highly, not only in the region, but globally, in terms of having in place a legal and institutional framework that aligns with the international standards on combating money laundering, terrorism financing, and related crimes.
Looking forward, FIU is moving from establishing institutional frameworks to making them work effectively, consolidating progress, leveraging technology, improving transparency, and ensuring national, regional, and international cooperation for a future-proof AML CFT system. Hashtag PPSD 2025. Hashtag consolidating frameworks. Hashtag leveraging technology. Hashtag AML CFT frameworks. Hashtag future-proof AML CFT systems. Hashtag partnerships. Across the world, financial crime threatens the integrity and stability of financial systems. Its impact is felt as nations lose revenue, suffer weakened investor confidence, and restricted access to global financial markets. In Zimbabwe, over $6 billion has been lost to money laundering in the last 5 years. The country was once placed on the Financial Action Task Force grey list due to identified gaps in its anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing framework. According to the International Monetary Fund, grey listing by the FATF leads to a significant decline in a country's capital inflows of 7.6% of GDP. This includes reductions in foreign direct investment by about 3%, portfolio inflows by 2.9%, and other investment inflows by 3.6%. Grey listing creates uncertainty, prompting banks and investors to pull back, limiting access to capital and slowing economic growth. However, in February 2022, after implementing significant reforms, Zimbabwe was officially removed from the grey list. This milestone marked a turning point, and since then, the country has continued to demonstrate sustained commitment to combating money laundering and the financing of terrorism.
Zimbabwe is going to be assessed come 2026 under the SAMLAG third round of mutual evaluation. And His Excellency the President has mandated that he doesn't want the country to enter the grey list again of the FATF countries, of non-compliant countries.
Reflecting this progress, Zimbabwe's financial